Down the rabbit hole we tumble once again, to a place you remember, but have never truly been, where dim moonlight shines on an age long gone by, where stranger things are happening, and you very well may die. A wonderland unlike any you've ever seen before, captured by a darkness that will shake you to the core. Time is running out. The light is almost gone. Will you become a queen or perish as a pawn? Welcome to Building Wonderland, Nightmares and Dreamscapes. Afternoon, heroes and villains. We're back with another episode of Wonderland, Nightmares and Dreamscapes. A little behind the scenes build we're working on here, doing Module 2 cover design. If you're just joining us, too late, you won't know what we're doing. If you've been watching, welcome back. Alright. We have got some vines going on here, we have got some windows, and we are trying to finish the vinage on the walls today, because these got to be added individually. Don't ever let them tell you there's no work involved in this. Alright. These are looking pretty good so far. Let's do that. And let's look for some more vines. What do we got? Ooh, that could be useful. That's creeping up the wall there. You think we could maybe put that in here and... Entirely possible. It might work. Is it tall enough? Let's see. You got quite a lot there. We might be able to stretch it a little bit. Yeah, I think that might work. I think we might have to put it underneath this one. Also, if you have tuned in before, you'll notice slightly new camera angle up there in the studio cam. That's because it seems like every day this week I'm breaking something else in here. Broke the stand the camera was on, so now it's on a shelf behind me. And even better news, looks like we're going to gut this office this weekend. So it may be a whole new setup when you come back on Monday. No, I will not be streaming this weekend. I am not a masochist. I have a life. And it's going to be ripping this room apart. Alright. Let's go ahead and grab that sucker then. Let's take this bad boy here. Copy merged. Copy image. Alright, and where is our horizontal top and bottom? Right there, baby. Okay. And there we are. So we are going to make our lives a lot easier this time around. See, previously I've shown you how to do this with fading all this extra content that you don't need out of the way. Sure, that's one way to do it. Now I'm going to show you another one. And this is just straight ripping out everything you don't need and erasing it. You're not going to use it on either layer, the lower or the top. It's just going to be in your way. Maybe we probably, that's like a ledge, right? It looks kind of like a vine. Yeah, that's alright, we'll get rid of it. I like the way it's looking at me. Alright. We'll keep all of this to right about there. And then everything else over here is Garbage. Or as Ari Spears likes to say, garbage. Alright, make sure you get all the little pieces because there's always little pieces left over. I don't know why that is, but there's always little pieces. Alright, now we have just the piece we want. Let's see how tall this thing's going to go. So we're probably going to expand it a bit. Let's go ahead and enlarge this. There we go. That's a little bit better. Let's assume this is where the ground is. And that's going to climb up. This part of the wall, that's where the ground is. That will go over. Fair enough. Alright. We are in place. Now, let's slap this behind the background plants. There we go. So you're only going to see the top part of this. We're going to have to fade it underneath here too. Rocking and rolling today. Let's try to get these vines done, right? Alright. We're going to call these undervines. Right side. Alright. Call these undervines. Got locked in there. Let's go ahead and... Oh, you're the wrong one. Why am I on that layer? Oh. Wrong layer. Let's go ahead and fix that and call those vine extensions. Yeah. Like I've said in previous episodes, I'm not super worried about, you know, the little itty bitty errors that may be running around here. We'll clean those up after we get everything put in place where we want it. See, that's going to go there. This is what we were looking for. We were looking for undervines. Right side. Okay. Yeah, we'll come back and clean up some of the mess later, and then also some of it's going to get pulled off with the watercolor wash that we're going to do on this. So let's get to it. Oh, is that what the problem is? Oh, okay. We're going to have to get rid of those pieces then. So we're going to do a little fading over here and get rid of some shrubbery. That particular shrubbery is not needed. This will work just fine. I don't know where that's coming from though. What is that? One of the problems you run into when you get this deep with layers and you don't merge them together is you end up with little pieces and artifacts left over that you didn't catch from earlier layers you were working on, and you won't see them. Sometimes you'll miss them entirely. Every once in a while you'll catch one and not know what layer it's on. Like, I don't know what layer this is on. You see what part I'm talking about? You catch it? Oh, there's all this stuff up here. I'm like, what am I not turned off? What in the world? Wow.
So I'll look at this, zoom into this so you can see this. Because this is the ridiculousness that happens that sometimes you have to go back and clean up. See all of this? All this nonsense? That's part of the layer that's the bottom layer of this vine. None of this stuff should be here. And we had no idea until right now, just because I saw this little shrubbery, this little bush, this little fern, and said that does not look right. Just because of that. That is insane. Alright, so now we've cleaned all of this off. We're going to get rid of that too. That's a different layer. Alright, now I know that window's in there and that kind of disturbs me. So we're going to see if that window needs to stay. Okay, it's looks like it's fine. Let's go look at that real quick. Okay, it's just giving it character. It's not really, yeah, it's not doing anything in the window. All right, that's fine. What is all this up here? What happened? What did we do? Did we add something we were supposed to add? Oh, that's undervines. I'm like, why is that there? Okay, so here we go. Back to where we started from with less shrubbery. Okay. Now we're going to have to take the horizontal vines and the extensions off so we can actually see what we're working on. We are now working on the undervines. Sounds like a creepy sort of Batman villain of some kind. Alright, you won't be able to see them that way. You won't be able to see them that way either. So we may just need to... Well, that kind of works. What is that, Pinlight? Yeah, Pinlight sometimes mimics what darken or darker color does in blend mode. I don't know why that is, but sometimes it mimics that and it's actually a little bit cleaner to use. It kind of looks like that's the way to go right here, so we're going to start with that. What is this? Layer cleanup. Automatically clean up layers, delete empty layers, and rename layers based on content. Oh, we're definitely not using you. I love when they add all these nifty little AI features into Photoshop, and then you read what they do, and you're like, I'm not trusting you to do that for me, because you're going to screw it up, and I don't have to do it again anyway. Alright. Now we're going to start fading out. This is the base layer for this set of vines. This is going to be the bottom. Like I said, you can make a few mistakes here, that's fine. We just want it kind of as clean as possible. Now, I don't know about other designers, but I'm a fine-tooth comb guy, so once I feel like I'm done designing something, I generally try to zoom in on different areas, look at it from different angles and make sure I'm not missing anything, making sure everything's correct, making sure there aren't artifacts left over. Speaking of artifacts, it's kind of funny. All the AI folks think that word was created for the little things that AI leaves behind. I hate to tell you, but we've been using that, or at least I've been using that as a designer for years. Anytime you use an image and you try to use part of that image and you aren't successful in clearing off the pieces that you don't need, anything left over that's a little bit that doesn't make sense, or some little sliver of pixels that you have to erase, that's an artifact. That's what it is. We've been calling it that for a decade plus, probably. So, that term isn't singularly synonymous with the pieces left over that AI does, even though it does quite a few more than most designers, I would imagine. And there's my boy, Remy. Come here, bud. Come here, buddy. Come here, bud. Nah, buddy boy. There's my boy. Oh, my good boy. Oh, my good boy. Yeah. Yeah, big man. Last time this closet's gonna be like this, buddy. Tomorrow we're gonna rip it up. Oh. Alright. So this is starting to get there. What this blue shit is over here. Is that part of this? That is part of this. Alright, we're gonna get rid of that. Yeah, like I keep saying in these, in these streams and these episodes, there's a lot of stuff that, the people that were not part of the design game pre-AI keep making hay about. Oh, AI does this, AI does that. It'll do this for you, it'll do that for you. A lot of those we already have tools that will do that for you. That's what professional designers use. All AI is doing is automating those processes. It's not like I can't still use the same buttons in here to do the same thing. Most of those codecs and most of those prompts and commands are just following the directions and putting them in a step-by-step order for AI to do it for you without you having to have your hand in it. It's still the same procedure. I still have the same tools. So it's a little ridiculous to be like, oh, it's so amazing, it does monumental things that you can't do. You can do most of them. If you put the time and effort into it, you could do most of them. It's not at the point where it's coming up with, brilliant new, unhinged ideas that no one's ever heard of. It's not like that. That's not how it works. Unfortunately, the media has turned it into a completely different thing than what is actually being used on a daily basis. And both Philip and I use a variety of AI tools for different things, and we even had a conversation about it this morning. He was working with Gemini on something and got a response and was like, read this, sent it over to me, and I said, it's not bad, but like 90% of it doesn't actually fit, what we're talking about. And, we had a brief discussion, like we usually do, about how we don't use 90% of what it spits out because it's usually incorrect or it doesn't fit exactly what it is that we're trying to achieve with something. But what it is good for is the random idea, the framework, putting together some scaffolding of certain parts of this. That is something that it can actually do well. So that is mostly what we use it for, as far as the engines themselves. But we use a variety of them because they all give different answers. It's literally like talking to three different people about a particular thing. You're going to get three at least slightly different viewpoints. That's pretty much what happens with AI too. It's just an automated person. That's what you're looking at. Alright, so we are almost done with the back end of this particular set of vines. I like what I'm seeing. This all looks okay. Alright. Let's zoom out a bit. Yeah, I think that's going to look nice. to move that. You see that big spot's right in the middle there? And we kind of want to make it look like this is growing off of this. So what we may have to do is move this over a bit. Do we want it near the window? Why is that shifting? Don't be so shifty. Over here, thank you. Now we'll move you back. It kind of makes more sense there, because we're going to darken this a bit so it's not quite as colorful. We'll put a top on this too so it'll fit in, but I'm wondering if that's a better way to do it. Or if it's better like this. I mean, that's kind of where we had it. Let's look at the, let's put, I'm not even sure we need that bottom anymore. It doesn't look like it. Brightens up that part there. And sometimes you'll find this too. You'll build something that is, you know, a double overlay, and then you'll look at it later and go, you know, that top overlay came out so well that I don't need the bottom anymore, and you can just dump it. It's just a safety layer to begin with, so you don't always end up using it. And I think we might do that with the bottom here, because all it's really doing is brightening up. If you see it in here, all it's really doing is brightening up this area. I guess it brightens this up too. Alright, well, I'm going to get rid of it all over here. I'm not going to dump the whole thing, but I am going to dump all of this. Whoa. Is it? Oh, that's the wrong layer. Wrong layer. I picked the wrong one. That's the one I'm looking for. Like, why is everything leaving? Okay. Here we go. Let's get rid of all of this. Sorry, we kind of got sidetracked there. Sometimes that happens. Usually when you see something that you consider either a mistake or something that you want to edit, because it's not looking the way you want it to look, you want to do the edit while you have it, because there's going to be so many of them over the course of a design that you're going to forget that where they are, what you were planning on doing with them. All that's going to go out the window. So it's much easier if you just do it when you grab it and go back to what you were doing after the fact. All right, so we have that. That looks pretty good. That looks better. Clean up there, nothing too nasty. Let's do a little cleanup on this as well. I left all this blue in here, and that really doesn't go with everything else. So we're gonna fade it just enough to where it looks like it's part of whatever is going on over here. I'm not gonna lie, we do get a decent amount of coverage on this project from the fact that we're doing it in this watercolor style, because you don't have to be precise with everything for it to come out looking good. All right, so undervines. Let's do the undervines top. So undervines right side, bottom. Right side top. Before we go any further, let's take a count real quick and see how many layers we are messing with. What do we got? Why does it not tell me? Didn't it used to tell me? I thought it used to tell me. Really? Okay, maybe I missed that one. Sometimes that happens. All right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. So we are at 33 layers right now. We don't even have the vignettes in. So my guess, this thing's probably going to end up just under 50, somewhere in there. It may go over. It just depends on what happens with the vignettes, because they might get complicated. They might not. You guys are going to be very interested to see how those go in. I'm going to be very interested to see how those go in, because right now I'm just kind of guessing how I'm going to put them in. Should work, might not. We'll see. Alright, back to the undervines. We got top and bottom going on here. Now top needs to be the regular vines. Alright, and let's see. There's a lot of black in there. There's a lot of black underneath there. Alright, let's start up here. We're going to get rid of whatever this nonsense is. All of that. See, because we have that underlayer, we can kind of clean quite a bit of this and not worry about losing the actual quality of the top image, because there's plenty to go around. Let's cut all of this stuff out. Why does this feel like it's not getting rid of things? Is it just me? And see, you can see right here this edge that goes all the way down. Gotta get rid of that. That's not good to have. Oh, and that's from the under. We'll look at that. Have to get rid of some of this. There we go. Can't have those lines there. That's a no-no. So the overlying goal when you're building an image, regardless of what it is you're building, it doesn't matter. Truly does not matter. What you're looking for is you want people to look at it and think, that just looks like one fluid picture. Looks like somebody, like it's all one thing. Came that way, was made that way. there aren't pieces to it. There aren't slices. There aren't cuts. It wasn't sewn together like a surgeon. So if you look at it these days, everybody goes, "Oh, AI did that." Well, I hate to tell you, but there are many, many cases that are coming out now of actual designers like myself um, uploading content or having an AI tool check their content and having it return that it's AI designed. Well, because it was probably trained on similar shit. So it's going to look at the real thing and go, yeah, I know that. I've seen that before. I've got that in my system. That thing. So, of course, it's going to come back that way. And the smarter it gets, everything is going to come back like it was created by AI because it's been trained on our work. So, using that as a scale seems kind of dumb to me. Doesn't seem like the smartest move. We could be doing better, people. We could be doing better. All right, so let's go ahead and get rid of some of this in here. Some of this garbage. Garbage. Love that Ari Spear says it like that. Garbage. Okay. Get rid of some of this darkness. Some of this. What is this over here? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Got some excess brick we gotta remove from the top. Let's get rid of that and get rid of all of this. And this in here's gotta go. Cleared that out a bit. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. You drop that back over it. You see how it all just gets darker. On the bottom. Now I want to be on the top. Here we go. Alright. Yeah, I think some of this darkness here is a little too much. Yeah, there we go. Same with same with this guy. I think some of this edging's a little dark here. Alright. That looks pretty good. I think we'll use that for right now. Where are we at? We are 40 minutes in. Not too bad, kids. Alright. You see, like I said the other day, you've got all these vine layers that I wanted to actually put into one folder, but it's hard to do that because they have to be, some of them have to be behind the plants down at the bottom, some of them have to be in front of it. And then you've got more vines up here that are going to need to be on top because they're overlaying on other objects that aren't in the same area as everything else. So you don't always see all the layers when you're working like this, a lot of times they're in separate folders, like I have here, just to keep things organized and not messy. All right, so that vine is in there, and then we are going to head back to Midjourney. Thank you for your service. Who's next? What do we got? Ooh, all kinds of new stuff. What's this? Might be able to use that. This little thing here. Where's that go? Where's that go? Does that go anywhere? Let's take a look. What do we want to do here? Now we could put it in here, but I kind of want to leave those open. I mean, it does hang out past the house. Now, you know, I don't think we need that, to be honest with you. I don't think we need that. That's interesting, but again, it goes around the window. I think we've got enough going around a window lines. I think what we're looking for now is, yeah, a little more like this. Although, you can't tell at all where that comes from. It just kind of like dies out there. Can we use that? Not really. I need like middle of the wall vine. Well, and if that's the case, we run through these and we don't find what we're looking for. Like, I want some of this too. I just want some actual lineage. Maybe we put that down here underneath this, or like underneath this, going up there. Maybe that's the way to go. This stuff here. All right, let's play with it. Let's play. Shall we play? Let us play. All right. We're going to use that. Let's go ahead and pull that down. I don't even know why this thing is open. Close, whatever that is. Let's put this down here with the vines. There it is. Alright, so we're thinking just taking this. I don't really need the rest of that. So we're going to do what we did last time, because that seemed like a pretty good move. And we're just going to erase the stuff that we do not need, that we're not going to use. So I might use some of that. We're going to erase all of this corner because we don't need it. I'm going to dump that for right now too. All of this, all of this. And this just makes it easier for you to view, to maneuver. It's easier to do the logistics on exactly where to place this and how to clean it correctly and how to you know, merge it with the background. It's easier to do that when you don't have a lot of excess, you know, garbage you're not going to use anyway in your way. Alright, so we're going to get rid of this because we don't need that area either. We don't need any of that. Trying to get it as close as possible so you don't have to do as much editing. Yeah, let's not go that far. Let's leave that in there. Okay. I think we've pretty much got our piece here. That is this. Do we have any artifacts floating around? Do you see anything? No, I don't see anything. I think we got it clean. Alright. Now, let's put it over here somewhere and see. So if we put it under here, you'll see the vines, but you won't get the full effect. If we put it, if we put it up here, see why I kept that? Placement is key. And sometimes you just gotta flip it, because it'll work better the opposite way. Like that. That might actually work. It's kind of tight, but that would go over that. You have to squidge it, like so. Alright, move that way, move that way. And boom. Now let's see how it overlays. See what I'm throwing down? You get it? See what that's sliding there? Yeah. No AI chatbots, I will not talk to you. Nice try. Nice try. Didn't get me. I worry about going a little too crazy, or not going crazy enough on the vines for it to look realistic. You don't want to half it either. Of course you did. Yeah. Interesting. Too many apps, not enough time. Alright. Got all we need out of that. Let's see here. And now we go to blend mode. See if we can blend it in a little bit. Darken's not bad. Darker color's not bad. Lighten loses quite a lot of it. Let's cross our fingers that pin light saves us. Pin light's not too bad, but you lose quite a lot in that too. We may just have to go with the single version here. Only the lonely vines on the wall. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to try to fade that. This might be like thread and a needle, so I'm not entirely sure I'll be able to pull it off. We may have to abort this vine, but we'll find out shortly. Because So I'm going to have to go around all this stuff manually. Man, I really feel like the gradient pull I'm using here is just not working like it did yesterday. What is with that? Never run into that before. And I don't want to up the level on it either, because when you do that, you know what? Here, I'll show you the difference real quick, just so you can see the full extent of what happens when you touch the wrong tool. Let's turn everything off here real quick, so we're not messing with the image. Let's unlock the background, just for show and tell. All right, let me put a mask in the background. There's nothing behind it, so it's going to go empty. This is 25% transparency. See what it does? Still very gray-ish in there. That's 25%. Let's crank it up to 50. Same thing. See how much wider that circle is and how much clearer it is in the center? Let's crank it up to 100. Just going to the edge of the page. Look at that. And how tight that line is, how bright that is in the center. Give me a better example. We'll go back and throw this underneath it. So when I do 24%, that's what you see. Barely see anything. But if I do 100%, completely clear. It's just really faded right here in the edge. That's the difference. You get a much tighter cut when you fade, and sometimes that's good, sometimes that's useful, but most of the time I try to stick to 50% and 25 for everything that I'm doing, because it allows me not to make an egregious error, which is a lot easier to do when you're using it at 100%, because you make one move and pff, the whole thing is gone, whatever you were touching. It's not really faded at that point in time, is it? So back to what we were doing. You're welcome for the lesson. Let's go ahead and get rid of that layer mask and put this back on, bolted in. Where were we? Layer 22. Whoa, hey. Let's go on the mask, kids. On the mask. 50%-ish. Let's get all of this out of the way. This is going to be particularly interesting to blend. We're going to have to fix that in editing. See, it's another one of those things where you're just like, you're going through, you're working on something else, and you go, what is that thing that's back there? What is that? Oh, it's a mistake that I found. Okay, that's always fun. We love having that happen. So what I need out of this is more work to do. That's what I need. See, right now this isn't too bad because, so here's another argument for why AI artwork is slightly better than what you would get clip art wise. Hey, we got somebody new. Starlight Roseheart. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. Yes, I am 100% real. I am a real human boy. I am not cheap. I will tell you that. It is not easy to get me, and right now it's impossible to get me because the only thing I'm working on is this project. Oh, it would help if I could spell. Why is it? I hate when it does that. There we go. That's right. We are looking at end of September for our launch date. I know it's not technically summer anymore. It's kind of end of summer, but we live in Florida, so it's summer here. It's summer like 10 months of the year. All right, back to what we were doing. Good to meet you, Starlight. Hope you enjoy our little stream. From what I understand, there aren't a whole lot of people that are doing this, so if anyone. That's right. Trust me, you guys end up purchasing Wonderland, Nightmares, and Dreamscapes, and you do the uh, campaign box sets. This is 14 boxes. This is coming in, and that those are going to look pretty on your bookshelf next to each other. I will guarantee it. That's it. We will have many items and many different options for you on our Kickstarter. You will be able to buy individual pieces and sets as well. The whole smorgasbord. 14 books. It's 14 modules, 500 plus pages of campaign. I believe Philip said we're clocking in around 50 hours of gameplay. Each module should take you between 2 and 4 hours, so depending on how speedy your particular crew is, uh, you might be able to bang out a module in one night. It just depends on, how deadly it gets. Save those pennies. It's going to be a fun one. Now, we'll tell you, we do have a second tier option as well that we're putting together. So, not all the craziness of the top tier option, but still very high quality products, still great gameplay. The campaign is exactly the same, and the better part is you can play in the competitive campaign, which will be an online competitive 14 module campaign for money. That's right, I said it, for money. Uh, you will be able to do that with any of the sets, whether you do digital or one of the tiered sets. How much will it cost? We are not entirely sure yet. I don't want to give those numbers out. We're still working on putting together everything that's going in the boxes. So of course we have to, adjust for inflation, tariffs, shipping, logistics, all the fun things. So we're still in the process of putting that together. But there will be 3 different tiers, and you'll be able to. There'll be a variety of pricing in between those tiers. So regardless of how much extra cash you happen to have around, you will be able to get in on Wonderland, Nightmares, and Dreamscapes. There will be something there for you, one way or the other. We are making absolutely sure of that, because the whole goal of this is not just to put out Wonderland. Um, Obviously, that's one part of it, but one of the bigger things that we're trying to put out with Wonderland is that whether you're an experienced player or you're completely new to D&D, while it's easy enough to pick up right off the bat because everybody starts at level 0, there are no heroes in the first module. Everybody's on the same page. Because it starts at level 0 for everyone, it's easy for new players to get introduced to D&D and for the players around to walk them through how everything is done. But it's also complicated enough to where if you are a serious player, there is quite a lot for you to find, and 80 plus creatures in here to get around. Good luck. As I've said before in our streams, we expect you to die several times. We did not make this for the faint of heart. It is a horror fantasy scavenger hunt with a mystery built in. My genius of a partner has woven quite a wild tale in the campaign, the central storyline of which no one outside of him and me know and won't until the Kickstarter shows up. So you guys, when you start playing, we play in a complete mystery. And the competitive campaign will be even more interesting because it's a mystery, because the way that will end up working is every month when you get your box or your digital goods, whichever you happen to purchase, you'll be able to play with your team through our website. You'll be able to log in to our online portal. That portal will give you the questions for whatever module you're in. You input your team's answers for those questions, how you guys played it, the items you grabbed, the people you saw, the creatures you encountered. All of those things may or may not collect points. Once you put that information in, at the end of the month, that module is closed. All the information is locked in. It's tallied by our system. It is then put into a electronic leaderboard that will be up on our website that will be tracked constantly. So as teams enter their information and their point totals are processed, the leaderboard will update. And then once the module is completely closed and everything is shut for that particular module, there will be a winner of just that module, as well as we will be dropping the video play from our exclusive play team, our testers. We've put together an exclusive team that is going to record their play testing sessions, and you guys are going to get to see all of their action. We'll be dropping every one of their episodes immediately after the portal is closed for each module. Trust me, it'll keep you on your toes. That is what all of this is for. Hope that answered your question, Starlight. Let me know if I have any more. There are some things that we can tell everybody now, and there are some things that we just kind of have to hold close to the vest. And you're just going to have to trust me. All right. A little more vinage here. Let's get rid of some of this. Once we get rid of some of this excess brick around the edges here, we may try to just lighten the transparency on this. Instead of doing an overlay, sometimes what you can do with more simple designs where it's just like it's just a black line, technically that's imprinting a vine on the wall. Sometimes with something simple like that, you can simply just get rid of most of the things around it so it's as clear as possible. And then instead of doing some kind of overlay or some kind of blend mode to it, you can simply just change the transparency so it's quite a bit lighter. So any excess blends into the area around it, and you're still left with, obviously, the dark black line showing the vines. Here we go. Throwing some of that up. Let's get rid of this. So yes, amazingly enough, this is all real. Somebody actually has to do this by hand. And I've said it before in a few episodes. If I was not doing it digitally, I would just be illustrating it myself. So there are no illustrators that lost jobs or contracts from Wonderland being created. We had no intention of broadening our team at this point in time. It is strictly Philip and I building this. We are very particular about how things are being built. We're pretty OCD when it comes to this whole process, so we want to make sure that as few hands as possible initially touch this until we're ready to launch. So don't get me wrong, we have partners and we have other brands that we're working with as far as fulfillment and marketing and things of that nature for the Kickstarter. But as far as the storyline, the original work, the design, the gameplay, the mechanics, all of that is Phil and I. That's it. We're building all that ourselves. He is a 20-plus year veteran DM of D&D. He has played hundreds of tables of all different sizes and shapes on a wider range of campaigns. Wide range, not wide a range, wide range. And is very keen into the gameplay and processes and mechanics of how you guys play the game. I myself have never played D&D and simply a professional graphic designer building this world, though I am responsible for quite a bit of the storyline as well. If you guys are incredibly interested in Wonderland and the story, Wonderland Nightmares and Dreamscapes actually takes place much after the books have closed. And because of that, we decided to go ahead and put together a bit of a bridge novel. It's actually a novella. We call it the prequel because it's the lead-up story to Wonderland Nightmares and Dreamscapes. That is Wonderland Tales of a Queen. It is currently set at 11 chapters, 5 of which are currently available on our Patreon. The link is below me right here. The first 5 chapters are available there, and that tells the tales of Alice from the end of Through the Looking Glass. If you remember, she was crowned Queen of Wonderland, or a Queen of Wonderland. We pick up where the books left off, and we connect that story to Wonderland Nightmares and Dreamscapes by Tales of a Queen. Like I said, 11 full chapters will eventually be available. They are written, they are just not published. Each one of those chapters is it's roughly 5 or 6 pages, give or take. That also includes illustrations, and it is designed in the style of a late 19th century novel. So it looks pretty much like you would pick up a Dickens book off the shelf. That was all intentional, and like I said, that's available now on our Patreon. First five chapters are there. When will we release chapter 6? Nobody knows. But get caught up now. All right, back to vines. Let's get rid of whatever this stone is going on here. Also, if you are interested in more information on Wonderland, Nightmares, and Dreamscapes, you can check out our website, creative-catastrophe.com. Also, the pre-launch Kickstarter is currently up. If you go to Kickstarter.com and you search for Wonderland, Nightmares, and Dreamscapes, even if you just search for Wonderland, I'm sure there's a bunch of Wonderland products on there, but I'm pretty sure we're somewhere towards the top. We do already have a fair amount of backers in pre-launch, but feel free to click that that notification button there, and you will be on the list to be made aware when that Kickstarter goes live. And of course, we have several channels you can check out to keep up on what's going on. Our IG is Creative Catastrophe Games. And of course, you're more than welcome to check me out on here. I am the Design Merc. And right now we are just slowly cleaning up some vines. Some of you are unfamiliar with him, but there used to be a guy on public broadcasting called Bob Ross that was a painter when I was growing up. And middle-aged dude, mustache, afro, lots of happy trees. You'd put Bob Ross on and just let your afternoon run because he could put you to sleep. It's a very calming voice. I've been told that apparently that's happening here too. Don't know why. Wasn't my intention, but apparently we're getting a little Bob Ross action going on. Sadly, I don't have any happy trees. My trees are cursed. What is going on behind this thing? Oh, that's still part of the window. Okay, well that's good to know. Yeah, down here we may have to erase straight through this. Because if we don't, the fade is not going to work. Sometimes you just have to get in right to the heart of things and get detailed. Yeah, see, we want to use this vine over here to the right, this bad boy right here. We want to use that specifically to create some dimension. See, when you're working with 2D imaging like we're doing, and you don't have video processing working for you. You've got to create a 3D environment using 2D tools. So to do that is this wonderful little concept called perspective. So if I treat this a bit like a photograph, and I go, okay, if I'm looking at a photograph and I see that window and it's got vines everywhere, it's very interesting that there are no vines that are directly over the window itself. Well, why is that? Because it's hard to do. It's hard to design that because vines are thin, right? That's what we're doing right now. The way you have to do it, you literally have to get in and hand erase with a little tiny brush to get the edging right. And if you don't do that, which a lot of designers don't, and if you try to automate it in Photoshop, it doesn't do a good job either. The only way to do it right is the hard way. Sometimes there is no quick route. That sucks, but it's true. It's much better if you just get to work and get it done, which is what we're trying to do here. So you guys, over the course of the next month or so, are going to watch me, if you show up, you're going to watch me build all of the covers for all of our book releases. So you'll see all that work in real time. You'll also be seeing a lot of character creation, because we want to show you some of the very interesting creatures that we've come up with for Wonderland. There are 80 plus characters. I would probably say 95% of them, roughly, are actually from the original books. We are not making stuff up here, although we did add a few because you haven't seen all Wonderland. There's all kinds of creatures out there. That being said, we do have some very interesting encounters and some very interesting creatures waiting for you to play with. And because we've built this so that it's 5.5e compatible, you will be able to play with your monsters or with your creatures in any 5e game. All right, we are hitting the hour and 20 mark here. See what time it is. Oh, look at that. It's 1:20. Shocker. All right, what do we got going on up here? This looks like more trouble. Okay. Let's erase all this. Dun, dun, dun. I know, it's the most exciting thing out there. It just makes you want to jump and scream watching all this cleaning. You know what? For some people, it can be kind of therapeutic, I guess. I don't necessarily know if I would put it that way for me, but to me, it's just work. It's got to get done. But I will say, out of the careers that I've had in the past, and this one, obviously being my longest one, I do quite enjoy it. I work on my own time, I work on my own pace. Other than Phil, I don't have anybody in my ear telling me what to do. But at the same time, when you're running a gig and there's no one else telling you when to show up for work, when to clock in and when not to, you got to have some self-control because that's all on you. So the only thing that makes me get up every day and come in here and design is that we want to build this world. We want to put it together. And we think you guys are going to enjoy it as much as we enjoy it. So we want to put in the hard work. We are not afraid of the hard work. We're not interested in cutting corners. We're not interested in trying to sell you a cheap, ridiculous product to make some bucks. If everything goes right, we're in this to change the game. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We're looking to give you guys a steady stream of fantasy horror for the next 5 years. So keep watching and keep playing. There is more to come. Alright, we're still over here cleaning garbage off this windowsill. Let's check in real quick here. See if we got any messages. Phil says hi. What was I looking for? I don't remember. What was I looking for? Alright. Let's take a look here and see what we got going on. So that's not looking too bad up there against the split in the wall. But we're going to have to fix that. I see what we got going on here. Alright. Zoom back in. Oh, that was erasing, my bad. Had the wrong thing up there. Yeah, that's fine. We are definitely going to have to erase that. Yeah. A little too much. There we go. Let's clean that up. Let's clean up the end here. It looks a little more realistic. There we go. Let's get all of that. Let's see what's underneath there. That's just sill. Okay. Just checking everything out. see where it all sits. Ooh. Let's try to drop the transparency on this and see what happens. We haven't tried that yet. There we go. That's a little more blendy, right? Let's put it at 70. See what it looks like zoomed out. You see it? Yeah, I guess you can. I guess you can. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good enough to keep. And see, now because, let's zoom into this real quick. Now because you see this is actually like over this windowsill right here, it gives it that three-dimensional look that we were looking for. We're still gonna have to erase some of these pieces in here because we got a lot of brick from the vine image and not from our image. But having these particular branches that are of these vines that are going over this, having it creep over the windowsill actually allows you to give it a little more three-dimension, just like having the vines go over on the left side here. You want to give it that because we're trying to create visual layers looking forward and give that three-dimensional feel to a two-dimensional object. So let's get back in it. Now I'm going to do some light fading because we just want to get rid of the shadow here, but we also don't want to lose what vinage we can keep. And it's okay over here if it gets a little dusky. That's all right. We don't mind a little shadow on the windows. It's not going to hurt anybody's feelings. This area in here. Let's get all that done. Is that built that way? I guess that's just built that way. Okay. We're going to erase those manually. So let's take these and drop them there. There we go. See, now that looks a little bit more realistic. As far as the shading and what you have going on here. There we go. Yeah. That's starting to look good. Love it when a plan comes together. All right. Oh, my bad. Didn't even do that. I just undid the whole thing there. That's not the look we were going for. Let's make sure we got this covered. That whole section looks clear. Clean this up a bit because we don't need it. Let's clean this up a bit so it's the same coloring. I'm going to erase those two myself. So all of can go. All this over here. Oh, I don't want to do that. That's too much. Look at that. And the brick beneath it is so similar that when I'm erasing or fading out the pieces of the vine image that I don't want, it's virtually not changing anything. It's changing a little bit of tint, a little bit of contrast, but there were already bricks there that matched, so it makes it a little bit easier. And I think we found another one of those. Hey, we missed this from back in the day, and there's artifacts hanging around, because now I'm looking at these windows and I'm seeing horizontal lines coming through here. What is all this coming through here? We got some more cleaning to do, folks. Let's go. That's those windows. That's these windows. I'm guessing it's those vines. Yeah, alright. I see you, vines. We're going to come over here. We're going to fade all of this in. Haha. So we got stuff sitting here. These lines over here partially for that. Just doing some cleaning. Alright. And we're going to get rid of some of this. And I think that works a lot better. Alright, so those lines are not from that. What are those lines from is the question. So now we got to do a little searchy poo and find out which one of these layers has those lines in it. Oh, and there we go. We found it. Supposedly it's this one. There it is. Alright, let's get rid of that garbaggio. That's not that one, though. No, that's not that one. It still isn't faded right. Really? Wow. Okay. That explains why that's so dark. Ha ha! That's where all that's from. Alright, so all of this is from our bottom plant layer. Of course it is. Of course it is. We did that first. Why wouldn't it be? There we go. Alright, that's a little less crunchy. Now, back to our vine problem. I think we're actually in a pretty good place outside of a little bit of work right here. Let's do a little bit of this. Yeah, that way it frames right, and then that's good. And then what we're going to do over here is just a little bit of this action. So you can still see the vines. Gonna get rid of this. That's interesting. Sorry about that, folks. Had some technical difficulties. For some reason, my stream just cut off. That was weird. We'll pick back up where we left off. Sorry to the folks that got kicked out. But we're back. So there's that. All right. Back to a little bit of fading. We are almost done with this particular vine. Just want to get some of this darkness out here. Although if I do that, it seems like I'm actually getting rid of something. So let's check ourselves before we wreck ourselves. Let's kick this up to 50. Let's just get this edge out of the way. The rest can stay. There we go. Get the edge out of the way. The rest of that is just shadow and lighting. There we go. And then we're going to dump this up here because that doesn't belong. Alright, and we want to get rid of whatever this outer fade line is with this set of vines, because we kind of want it to look like it's coming out of this. I may just get rid of this altogether and piece out the bottom and just keep this and this, because this is kind of muddy anyway, and this is all kind of garbagey. Yeah, why don't we do that? Let's do that. Choices, kids, choices. You gotta make them in the moment. All right, so we're gonna get rid of this completely. So there's no base to that vine. It crawls out of this thing. There we go. All right. That's a little bit cleaner. Just go with the top now. Let's get rid of all this up here. This bunch of nonsense. A little bit of this over here, because that's nonsense too. Alright, I think that's pretty good. That was a little baby one. Little baby one. So this way, also, if you get one of these people that looks super detailed at things, and sometimes I'm one of those people, so I can't really complain. They're going to see this and they're going to go, all right, you look at this vine over here just to make sure it actually, looks right. And this is actual plant that's growing, and the vine just comes out of that, wraps around this. It's over here, it's up here, it's growing up the wall. Like you've got pieces over here. Yeah, that's realistic. That's how vines grow. So that totally makes sense. That is why we go through all that. That is why this takes forever. All right, so that one's done. We are going to solve the file. And then you get to be vine center. Because there's only one of you. Right, let's see what else we got in the whole vinery. What do we have in the vinery? What vines are for sale? It truthfully does not look like we have a lot, to be honest with you. Let's see. What do you got going on over here? You are the edge of a building. I don't see that working. Yeah, looks like we're going to have to create some more vinage. Alright, let's do some strong and subtle variations from this one. And see what it comes up with. Check the pieces. Oh, I see some possibilities. I see some possibilities. All right, we like possibilities. It's also very interesting when you start dealing with AI and you work with it on a regular basis. For something that is supposedly just regurgitating the input that we're putting into it, never makes the same thing twice. Never makes the same thing twice. Never gives you the same response twice. I mean, unless it hits it hits something where it starts babbling and repeating itself, because I've had that happen a few times. You get deep into something and it just loses it and just starts trailing off into the distance. And you just have to stop it, shut it down, and completely restart, because it's just, you can't get it back. Other than that, everything is an iteration of something else. You're never going to get the same exact thing twice, which is good and bad. That's a double-edged sword. Like sometimes I want the same exact thing, and I just want to edit, little bits of it. Sorry, kids, you're not going to do that. Like you're not. All 8 of these pictures that we're looking at right here, all 8 of these, they're all completely different detail-wise. To the untrained eye, they just like a wall with some windows. But if you start looking at detail, you'll notice out of all 8 of these, this one's only got 2 windows. All the rest of them have 3. These down here have more panes, or I'm sorry, these 2 and this one have more panes than these do inside the windows. This one doesn't have 2 windows up top. The 2 windows are at the bottom, and there's some kind of air duct there. You start looking at all these, some of them have pipes, some of them have vines that go up, some of them have bushes that go up. The brick is cut in different places, the cracks are in different places, the paint is different colors. This has a spotlight in it, this has a lamp, this has a lamp that's a different lamp than this lamp, a different shape. It does that every single time. You're never going to get the same exact iteration from it, because it believes, or it thinks, that when you're doing a variation, that whatever it's already done is unacceptable to you. So it can't give you the same exact thing again. It has to change it just enough where it feels like those are different things and you might have wanted it this way and not that way. And welcome Philly to the chat. Welcome, Philip. How are we today, sir? Welcome to the Vinery, as it seems to be. Okay, that might work. We may have found one. We may have found one. Hold the phone. Why that keeps popping up? We may have found one. One thing I want to do real quick that I saw earlier is this tree is not as sharp detail-wise as the things around it. And it's a little bit bigger, and that's not going to matter, but I do want it to be sharp enough to where we can see the detail. So let's look better that way, a little blurry, or that way. I think you're better off doing it like that. I think we expanded a little bit too much from the original. It's starting to look a little cartoony. That's all right. It's actually more. This is the tree is actually more the style of the first cover. All of this is actually a little more detailed than we want, and we'll even that all out when we get to when we get everything placed and we start doing post production on it to make sure that we get the watercolor flavor. What are we working on now? We are still in the middle of the Vinery. Got a few more layers of vines to drop in. One more layer of foliage at the bottom, and then we'll be ready for vignettes. I think that may be what you guys want to tune into later. Wifey will be here for that. I think we're gonna make a party of it tonight and do cocktails and vignettes. Anybody down for that? Be careful, it might get a little rowdy in here. Wife gets a little tequila in her. She gets mouthy. All right. Those vines are in. Now we want to see if this monster here on the left will be acceptable. And to do that, yeah, we'll put them up top. Why not? Well, let's put them over the tree first. Make this a little bit larger, a little bit larger. Let's go ahead and transparent it a bit. Ooh, not that much. You need to be able to see it. Thank you. Okay. Now, let's assume that we were going to put him or her, whatever these branches are, right about there. Like we put them behind the tree, like this. When we get to this part, this is going to look super dope because it'll be across the wall. I think. Yeah, I think that's going to be the move. And to find out, let's do what we were doing before. Let's erase this sucker. You guys are going to know how to do this by yourselves by the time we're done with this first cover. You're going to know how to do layering, masking, fading, blending. all kinds of tips and tricks here. Here we go. Let's get rid of that. None of that's needed. All gone. All right. Now we can put it where. Oh, 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 oh. What do I see? What do I see? What's over here? Oh, oh, hidden behind everything. Look at that. A nasty little artifact. Just hiding behind the shrubbery. How rude. How rude. We get it all? We got all the pieces. You see anything else floating around? Oh, I don't either. Alright, let's put this bad boy behind the tree. And let's lay them right there. Right there? What do we think? Right there? Don't worry, we'll get rid of the window. Right there. Now look at that, how wild that is. You can't even see it because of the tree. So that's not going to work. We need to be able to see it. So let's drag this bad boy out here a bit. Because if we do, we do this right, we'll only have to do one more set of vines down here and maybe some up here, and then we'll be good. I think we'll be good for vines at that point. Because you can barely even see that. That's good though. You kind of want coverage, because that's all going to be in front. So you want it to be kind of dark and foreboding back there, and maybe not knowing exactly what's crawling up that wall. Never know. All kinds of boogie creatures out there. Maybe that's something we should come up with, Phil. What do you think about the boogie creature? The boogie it. We've done boogie man. What about the boogie thing? Alright, let's fade this sucker down a little bit. Down. Just wait, kids. This thing is coming along quite nicely. And wait until you see what I've got in store for these vignettes. That's going to be very interesting, because if you're paying attention, you're going to get a little bit of the story here. You're going to get some campaign bits that no one else is going to see. We don't have a choice. We have to give it away. You're going to see, you guys are actually going to be the first ones to see what the Duchess looks like. She has not been released anywhere. So pay attention to the stream, kids, because this is where the real behind the scenes is happening, at least right now. The stuff we can let you see. Right. And yes, I know I have to get rid of the window. Very aware. we'll get there. And it really feels like that 50% is not the 50% that I am used to. It really does. It must just be today. It's the moon. The moon is making my Photoshop utensils not quite as crisp as they usually are. I think that's what it is. We're going to blame that. Speaking of moon, did you see that Blue Origin explosion yesterday? Whoo, boy, that was a big boom. That's not too far from us. It's on the other side of the state, Cape Canaveral. You know, I've lived here most of my life, and I have never been there. Been everywhere else in Florida, but not the Cape. I don't know why. I don't know why I went. That's a good question. I'll have to figure that one out. Sounds like a road trip with wifey to me. Alright. Right around the edge here, just to get rid of all that nonsense. Let's clean this up down at the bottom, even though you probably won't see much of it because it's going to be behind stuff. We'll put it behind the rest of the plant life here in a moment. But, you know, just for continuity and just for my particular brand of OCD. Because look at that, those don't even match. Yeah, you're going to be behind a bunch of stuff. We do want to do, though, what we do want to do is lighten a little bit of this. Lighten a little bit of this right here, just so you can see the edges. Just so it's not a bunch of dark. Want a little bit of light. A little bit. There we go. There we go, that's better. Look at that. Look at that. Now we can see what's going on. Now we can see what's going on. Yeah, we lighten that a bit. Everything else is just, here we go. Erase around the trees and erase in there. And we got to get rid of the window. All right. Let's go ahead and erase this guy. That's right, that was just me doing a British accent for some unknown reason. I break into that every once in a while. I am not an actor. I did not go to school for that. I am just a strange fellow. So, yes, I do voices. I do voices. I sing. I sometimes dance. I sometimes don't wear underpants. Alright, we're cleaning that out and get rid of that window. It's okay if it doesn't make complete sense. Here, clean some of that out. And the main thing we want with this is we want to see, this branch here. Yeah. If we can't save these, we probably won't be able to. But at least we want to see this branch here sticking out. These are kind of tiny. I don't know that we'll be able to salvage that. So we're just going to crack on and get those out of the way right off the bat. Let's just not bother with that. Some things in the long run are just not worth it, folks. It's just easier to put your head down and do what you're doing. Yeah, see, right now it kind of looks like this area is radioactive, so we're trying to clear that out. Just so you can see the wall behind it. And yeah, you see what I mean when I'm talking about when AI does your graphics, or at least gives you the pieces for them. You're not necessarily getting the same style when you say, "Oh, give me watercolor." Yeah, there's like 14 different versions of that, and it will run through every single one of them when you're trying to get graphics out of it. So you can't just take what AI gives you and put it out. You can't. There's just so many things that have to be fixed first before you should feel comfortable doing that. Truly. All right. The question is, do we leave all that there or not? I think we just want the branches, right? Yeah, I think we erase all this, we dump all this, we dump all of this, we edge all this in. We can get rid of some of this, some of that, some of this, some of this, some of this, get rid of all this stuff in here. That's got to be dimmed. We got to figure out how to fix that. And then even though well, no, you're gonna have to do all that. It's gonna be behind the tree. But you know what? We didn't extend all that, so we can actually move this over. Will this connect? I don't know. Let's see. No, that's not a good look. We don't want to do that. Let's keep it on the wall here. Yeah, I think we do that. All right, so now we moved it over a bit. Let's put it. Let's leave that where it is for right now. And then we're going to we're going to go back to what we can fix at the moment. And you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking I'm just going to erase this. I think it'll go much faster, and I think the lines need to be clean anyway, so it'll just be easier if I dump it manually and don't fade it in. See, this is one of those things that when I see designers do the little reels online where they're showing their work and whatnot, this is one of the things I don't see them doing in Photoshop, is actually going in and hand erasing around things and trimming by hand, because they like to let Photoshop do it for them. And don't get me wrong, there's several tools that allow you to remove entire backgrounds. The magic wand tool for cutting is supposed to envelop whatever object you click on. But here's the thing: what they don't tell you is that anytime you use any one of those tools, you're allowing the system to choose which pixels are in what you're trying to cut out or what you're trying to edit and what aren't. And because you're working in Photoshop and not Illustrator, Illustrator is very clean lines and vector images, and you're looking at shapes. Really, you're working with block colored shapes, like solid block colored shapes. Here, you're working with gradient color palettes and shading and fading and all kinds of various wide ranges of going from one green to another green, and it takes 17 different shades of green to do that. You can see in the image in front of you how much different coloring and editing and shading is done to create the textures and the imaging to make this look the way that it looks. And if I were to let Photoshop cut around this vine, not only would it cut half the stuff off that I need, it probably wouldn't be able to delineate from the vines themselves and the flowers and the garbage in the back. It's not going to tell the difference because they're all kind of in the same color palette. So it'll just erase whatever it feels like, and I'm never going to get the end result that I need out of that. And even if it doesn't erase cleanly. If I were just to highlight around something thin like this one little branch right here, it's going to leave a thin little edge of green all the way around it. That defeats the point. I might as well just go in there and erase it myself. So that's what I do. I go in and erase it myself because I want it pixel perfect clean. And the tools that are part of Photoshop don't always do that. More often than not, they don't do that. So it really is up to the person holding the cursor. Alright, so let's clean this, clean that. Did we erase over a line? We absolutely did. Went a little too fast there. My fault. Here we go. Let's get rid of that, and that, and that. There we go. Yeah, this is much cleaner to work with when you just use an eraser. Don't get me wrong, it takes time, it takes patience. It is not fun, but it's what you have to do to get the job done. So, as my pops would say, suck it up, Buttercup. Let's go. Alright, so we can clean that up to this edge here. And I don't know what we're going to do with this yet. It is a shit show, though, that's for sure. I'll get rid of that. Can I go around this and do this here? Yeah, I think we're just going to do it this way. There we are. Just a little eraser doos. Let's get rid of some of the dark lines here. We're getting rid of that. Removing this brick. Removing this brick. Alright. Let's erase this. Alright. Now we just erase all the rest of this garbage that we didn't need. It's unnecessary. Yeah, we don't need to keep that. That's fine. Let's just go around this here. Alright. Get rid of that brick there. Clean this out. Like I said, it'll be perfect. We're gonna have to come back through later anyway and edit through. Alright. Just wanted to clean that line up. Sometimes it gets a little hinky there when you start doing detail work. I'm actually doing it zoomed out for you guys so you get a bigger picture of the image as we erase. A lot of times when I'm trimming around stuff, I'm zooming in like this. Like, you won't be able to tell what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I know what pixels I want to keep. But you, on the other hand, looking at it's like, dude, what is this? It's all blurry. What are you doing? Are you even getting that right? Yup. There it is. Now we don't need to go down any further than that because we're probably going to wipe out this whole area anyway. Let's get back up here and erase in this area because, more importantly, we want these branches. There we go. You see, I don't know if you can see it on here. Let's see. Let's zoom in real quick. You see this little faded piece of green. Oops. Click. This little faded bit of green, these little green pixels that are outside the thick black line we have here. That's what I'm talking about. That's what Photoshop leaves behind when you have it wrap around an image and try to chop something up. Or you try to select something and have it and be able to edit it from there. That's what it leaves behind. I hate that. I hate that. It's so chintzy. It's so half done. Like, when you're a designer and you see something like that, you're like, oh man, you didn't clean that. Come on, dude. What kind of half-ass operation is this? Yeah, so I am not a fan of that. As you can see, some of this goes all the way down here, so I come in here and manually clean around that edge so none of that green's there anymore. Yeah, let's get rid of all that. And it goes a little too deep there. It goes all the way up here. There you go. That should be the most of it. Anyway, that's the kind of thing that drives me nuts. I can't stand when people say, "Oh yeah, it's perfectly clean," blah blah blah. No, it's not. You didn't manually clean that shit. You let Photoshop do it, and Photoshop is not that good at cleaning its own stuff. So I have been around a fair amount of digital designers in my day. I'm not a big, I know there are people that go to like the Adobe conferences and hang out with other graphic designers and whatnot. I hang out with wild people. Like, I don't hang out with designers. So. All right, let's get rid of some of this if we can. Because man, is that a mess? What is even going on over here? Is this part of our stuff? It is part of our stuff. Okay, so we can just We can just get rid of this, all this nonsense in here, because you're not going to be able to see it anyway. Let's get all that green out. It's hard to do when whatever you're working with is tinted that color almost. So you don't want to erase too much and you can't tell what the heck you're looking at. Alright, we are almost at the hour mark on this episode. I don't know what the other episode is at because it just cut off on me. So we'll have to check that out later. Alright, how dark do we want to go on that? Alright. That's almost clean. We'll clean up the rest of it here in a moment. That's right. It is time for more Pringles. I can absolutely confirm that all the stories that you've heard are true. People that are plugged into their computers all the time, like me, love Hot Pockets, love Pringles. We're big fans. Come to think of it, I don't know why we don't get Hot Pockets anymore. Used to love those things. Don't even have one in the house. Don't know why. I have to ask wifey about that. Hot Pockets. All right. This monstrosity up here is doing things. All right, so we want to trim this down to like, yay. We're going to have to figure that out in a bit. Let's put that here and do the rest of this and get that out of the way. All right. Yeah, we'll have to fill something in here. That should be pretty good. That's how we're going to fix that. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to erase 2 more areas just for my own personal sanity. We're going to erase this one. Do that. Again, don't forget to account for your shadow, your outlines. These things are important. Some things don't need outlines because they need to have whatever color content is part of them be jutted up against the next thing, so you don't put separator lines in it. But then again, you know, you look in here and you go, wow, those are really thick black lines and on the outside edge of a lot of these vines, a lot of these pictures. Yeah, but the problem is you're viewing it at this size, this size right here. This is what you can see it at. So if I don't have those black lines there, you don't see definition. The gray will blend right into the green, into the brown. It'll all kind of mesh together. There's no defining separation of this is a separate thing than the wall behind it. That will completely disappear if you don't outline things. It's not my favorite. It'd be great if it didn't work that way, but visually to the untrained eye, that's how it works. So there's a fair amount of understanding what a consumer or a client or a player or anyone that's looking at your work, there's a certain amount of understanding what they're going to see while you're building it. There's a certain amount of that in every design. Like designing this thing, okay, you know, this is monstrous. It's huge. There's a ton of different angles you have to think of when you're looking at this. You know, we're thinking about gameplay. We're thinking about you know, players looking at it and wanting to continue because they want to see the artwork. They want to see what happens next. That's definitely part of it. You know, we want to bring the world to life with those visuals because, as we found out in play testing, even though there are a fair amount of you out there that are familiar with Wonderland to a certain degree, I mean, it is in the, you know, the zeitgeist of our country. It's been around for, you know, hundreds of years. 100 plus years, 120 years, 120 years, I think is what it is. So it's been around for a while. Everybody, you know, knows Alice, knows like the White Rabbit, knows Mad Hatter, Cheshire Cat, Queen of Hearts. You know, you kind of know the major characters. Maybe you know Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Maybe you've heard of them, but there are 80 plus characters in this thing, and we're betting that, you know, most people remember maybe 10. So that being the case, we're introducing these characters and creatures to you, a lot of you, for the first time. That being the case, we want to make sure that we knock it out of the park. We don't want to hit singles here. We're trying to hit home runs. So that is why we put as much time and effort into this as we do. And in doing that, we're thinking about what do players want to see? What's going to interest them? What's going to keep them playing the game and go, ooh, I wonder what's going to happen next. That's what's going on up here while we're building. All right. So those got cleared out okay. That doesn't look bad. Now we need to do some fading within between some of these branches because we got a lot of stuff we don't need. Some stuff in here we don't need. Let's get rid of all that. Let's get rid of some of this brick. Yeah, here we go. Get rid of gonna split this in half. Okay. I can play that game. Alright, I don't know what's going on up here. It's going behind the tree, so it doesn't really matter, but for the sake of cleanliness, let's get rid of whatever this nonsense is. It's kind of bugging me. Yeah, we can keep that. That's fine. We'll just get rid of this stuff. Doth not need to be so dark. Dark and brooding. We can just end it right there, and then that right there, and then we are going to come down here and get rid of whatever this nonsense is. Clean this up a little bit. Now think about it this way. I'm working on this, and this one cover, if you've been watching, has taken about a week to build, which is fine. Now, if I was doing a flyer for a club like I used to do, it can't take a week. There's too many events. You're throwing 3-4 events a week. Every week, you got to be a month ahead. That's at least 16, 20 events a month that you're putting down. You got to crank stuff out. You don't have time to be this detailed. Some things require speed, some things require skill, some things require you to somehow make both happen. Alright. Now if you notice, we drop the tree on top of here. There's like a space right in here. I'll show you real quick. There's space right here. Just to the left of that vine. We drop the tree in. There's still space right there. I can still see it. And since you're not going to see too much behind that, the easy way to do this is just make another one. All right. Get rid of that. Let's do a little fading here. One of the other things you have to worry about too when you're making something like this, especially because you know, a lot of the content for Wonderland is so dark, dark color-wise, blacks, browns, greens, because those are so dark. A lot of the time, you have to be careful how much black you let in to your shading, because too much of it and you just won't be able to see what's in front of you. Like even what we're looking at right now, this little creature here on the left side of the screen is being built. That's really dark. Like everything else down here, over here, all these branches and whatnot, those are pretty light. Like this down here matches this, but everything else is much brighter. So you got to be very, very careful about that. Otherwise, things get very muddy very quick. take a look here for a second. I don't know, the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm not liking it, to be honest with you. Having this there. It's almost too much. All right, let's move them both back a bit. Yeah, I kind of feel like it needs to be like that. And then we need to get like another thing like this. So the trick is you have to be very careful because you can't make it look like it covers the whole wall. It has to look kind of haphazard, like they're more weeds than they are, just vines or plant life or whatnot. It needs to look more like weeds. So that's kind of what I'm eyeballing now is how do we keep that look in there? All right. Check in the messages. All right, and we are just over an hour into this. So, what do we think? I don't know. I'm not really a fan, to be honest with you. I guess it's because this kind of looks like it's part of the tree and not actually like shrubbery like this. It looks like it's part of the tree. So whatever we put back here needs to have some more separation in it. Here's the problem. If we do that, see how all this in here is kind of bluish or whatnot? That's part of the tree. That's not part of the wall. That might be too much. Let's not mess with that down there. This up here is okay, I think. Just doing a little cleanup. Make sure we're all, you know, happy trees. That kind of thing. Alright, so this isn't bad. The way it is. What is that, though? Is that part of the tree? Okay, that's what this is. So this has to go, whatever that is. That's really in the way. And we've got a visitor. Hi, wifey.
What are we working on?
We are finishing up some vinery.
Nice.
Yeah, we're just putting the vines here on the left. I don't really know if they look good. You tell me. I might have to take them out. We're looking at these right here.
Okay.
So when you take the tree out, they're just kind of there. Mm-hmm. They might be too dark because it kind of looks like it's part of the tree. It doesn't actually look like it's on the wall to me. I was kind of just trying to grab these. Mm-hmm. I wanted this part, but the rest of it kind of blends in with the tree. I'm thinking we need more colorful stuff like this underneath there or something. You tell me. What do you think?
So what I'm looking at
Where's the
is
cable?
this area right here,
Mm-hmm.
and that area
Right.
doesn't quite match. Now I know there's more light coming from the windows, so you see light on the greenery versus
Yeah. No, it's like I said, it's way darker in here,
yeah,
and therefore it kind of blends into the tree.
Yeah, it's almost as if that's not the same foliage or like the same aesthetic of the foliage.
Sure. That's kind of what I was thinking. Is it doesn't match very well.
Yeah, it doesn't quite look right with the rest of it.
All right. Well, sometimes that happens, guys. We are gonna dump that, and we will find new vines. See, it's very dark in there too, but I like the way that you could see the individual vines, and you could see that they were on the wall separately, but it just didn't work out in that space. It's got to be something brighter. These are the new entries. That's not too bad. That's not really enough. That kind of looks like you planted flowers on there. This isn't too bad though.
I like the vines creeping up the wall.
Yeah, that's what. I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find more of that. But the way that Midjourney is picking things up, like you get a little bit of vines, but then you get all the color here. This might work. I think. Look at that. And fit.
Can pop it right in here.
Maybe. Oop. Oop, wrong one. There it is. Let me see. We can give it a try.
Okay.
Where'd it go?
Which
one was it?
This
one? This one.
This one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I clicked off of it. Copy merge and do. Back to the shop. Let's get rid of Lorena. Let's get rid of the tree.
How many layers are we
on? We are probably around 35 right now, maybe 36, mid 30s. Nope, that's the vine there. I just want to be above the. We'll put there. I just want to be above that stuff. All right, and a little bit of transparency so you can see what we're looking at. It's got to be a bit bigger. So if we were to fit this like right in here, that's kind of where it would be up the wall, and we get rid of all of that nonsense. So better yet, so we can see it, what we've been doing is we have just been erasing the garbage we don't need. So we just take this right here and chop it all out.
I think that's easier to see it.
Yeah. I was fading it out earlier on some of the pieces, but this is a much easier one. Once it gets more complicated to view things, it's easier kind of just to chop out the stuff you know you don't want. But earlier in the process, you don't know what you want and what you're going to use. You're still looking for kind of direction and vision. So it's better just to kind of leave the stuff in there and fade through it. Oh, hold on. We have artifacts. It's got to be over here someplace. Yeah, we've got some there too. Let's get rid of all that. That's better. All right. Now we can zoom in here. We can lighten this to about 65. Okay. Yeah, that layer. Okay. Now get off the tree. All right. So that's where it is. And if we put it right there, you'll end up with some vines. You'll end up with this bush. I'll rip that out. You might end up with a little bit of this. So it's not that far over. But what I could do is I could move it completely over here and like attach it to that.
I feel like it needs to connect because other than that, it's just a group of colorful leaves, and you're kind of saying, where is it coming from?
There we go. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, so...
I do think it needs to attach.
Oops. Well, and you want to see the vines too, so...
Yeah.
We set it up so it goes like this. It'll be something like that. Alright, and now we try to blend a little bit and see what it's going to look like. I mean, that does suck out all the color, but you will get all the...
Yeah, you'll get all the vines
in there. Let's go to pin light. There we go. Now you'll see this. So yeah, this will kind of blend into this. It'll look like it grows that way and that way.
Okay.
Sort of.
You might want to thought.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Fill in a little bit of this right in here.
Yeah. Once we erase everything else around and clean that up, we'll see how much of this touches, and if it needs to like be filled in, we'll just duplicate some of this and just chop it in there, and it should be fine. I think we're gonna have to do... Yeah, we're probably gonna have to clean it manually. This is gonna be fun, kids!
And for this, I leave you while I go back to work.
Good times, right? Thank you, dear. And just like that, she's gone. All right. Well, this looks like a mess, doesn't it? Well, the first thing we're going to do is get rid of this lamp. But I don't want to mess up the foliage right here. You can see it's right in the middle of where this this vinery is. I don't want to destroy this because it'll mess up all of this. So even though this is a small layer, that doesn't mean that you can't uh, uh, use a little bit of generative AI to just remove this little piece here, remove the wire that's coming out of nowhere, just to get rid of that piece like that. Now, I could do it with the spot healing brush, but why sit here and have to scrub when you can just cover the whole thing, boom, done. Again, just another example of, yes, I could do it the previous way that existed before AI existed. This just automates that same exact process. There's literally no difference. So you can't really complain about that. It's almost like coding a human action so the computer just does it instead of you having to do it. That's all it's doing. Alright, so what we're going to do is we are going to get our selection brush tool. Run down this line right here. This is the wire. Run it right down into the lamp or into the light. Go around the edge of the light. Don't miss anything. You definitely want to make sure all of that is gone. And then you color it in a little bit here. Just a little Crayola 101. Fill that. And remove object. And let Adobe Firefly do the rest. Thank you, baby. And there we go. That popped back. Look at the layers here. Look at that. Can't even tell it wasn't there. But do we like that one? That one? Or that one? I kind of like number 2. Yeah, I think number 2 works the best. I'm looking at the leaves, like here and here. I don't really care what happens up here. I'm more focused on this and where that meets, because that's the part that visually you're gonna be able to see. All right, so we're gonna go with option 2. We are going to put those 2 layers together. I know I don't have to, but I'm going to, because I don't want to mess with it anymore. All right. All right, we are at 125. I am going to take 10 minutes here and shove some pizza in my face. And then we will come back and finish this vine, maybe do a couple bit more, and then it's on the vignettes, kids. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a little bit. And we're back. Woo! Crowd goes wild. All right. I'm going to see if we can get some more vinage options, because that's going to take a bit to clean, and if I can get something that's just as good or better without having to spend the next day cleaning it, I won't mind. Not going to hurt my feelings. All right, so the plan is we are going to finish the vines, lock those in. I'm going to take a break for dinner. I'm going to try to mount a TV in our upcoming studio. And when I'm done with that, we will be back for cocktails and vignettes.
I like the plan.
Where everyone will finally get to see an unreleased Wonderland Nightmares and Dreamscapes character. Possibly 2, but definitely 1. All right, let's see what AI has for us here. That's not bad. It's a little sloppy up there with the light, but we can fix that. I do not understand why everything has to have some outdoor hanging lamp in it, but it apparently does. Ah, that's more of a tree, though, than, well, I don't know. We may have to call in an outside expert to look at these and determine if they are viable. What was that, outside expert?
I will be there shortly.
Oh, okay.
With expertness coming.
Don't forget to bring your expertise. Don't leave it in the other room.
Oh, hold on 1 second.
It fell out of your pocket on the way in.
Okay.
Let me laugh when I'm trying to breathe. All right, so the one we were looking at, this guy, all these little binies,
Yes.
while they are wonderful and I would love to keep them, are going to take me quite a while to clean and cut.
Are they worth the clean and cut?
Nah, that is the question. So we have some new options to choose from.
Okay.
To see if there's any better. I'm kind of liking this one. Taking that whole thing, although it's kind of a tree.
I do kind of like that because it feels like it's all one cohesive piece.
See, the problem is,
you don't
though...
have to match.
we've already got this here. So it's kind of going to come down to...
Would you have to remove that to add it, or would you have to connect the two?
Well, I mean, this is coming up from the ground. It doesn't have to be connected to anything. Question is, will it look silly with that coming up from the ground and then this coming up right next to it? You have like two sticks and nothing in between. I'm looking for more like depth, something a little more robust, I guess. Here's another option.
What part of the... Oh, on
this
the side.
Right here,
okay.
and then this whole thing running in there.
You know what? That might fit better. It's not as obtrusive size-wise.
Can also flip it.
Flip it over.
Can also flip it. So
I like the directions the vines are going if you flip them.
So if we... This is going to suck, but if we flip that, that means the flowery bit is going to be like right here, I think.
Will that fit there?
You know what? I don't know why I'm guessing when I can just do it. Wrong one. What are you doing? That's very strange. Don't know why it did that, but okay. Alright. Let us take this for a spin. I mean, we could attach to this too. It could be part of the same thing.
That looks much more organic.
Ah! Out of my way, tree.
Yeah, that... Oh.
Maybe kind of overlap them.
Yes.
So it's all one thing, and then you have like this branch will run there, and we can put some other stuff up here that doesn't have to connect.
That looks much more organic than the other one.
Let's
I think that might be the way to go.
Let's get rid of... I think it'll be easier to clean.
Yeah. Well, even the way the branch is leading back out towards the tree.
Right.
Like I just feel like that's a better flow for the vinage.
Hopefully.
Hello, Mr. Remington.
Remington Steele the Third. Why the third, you ask? I truly don't know, because there really is only one Remington Steele. I don't think he had kids in the show. I don't know why we came up with the third.
You just thought it sounded cool.
Oh, that's right, because the third sounds a lot better than Junior. That's why.
Why we would call him anything other than Remy to begin with, I'm not sure, but you couldn't help yourself.
But here's the thing. If he had been Remington Steele the second, I would have started calling him Junior. Junior!
Or just by his name.
I would have started calling him Junior. So I had to like preempt that stupidity by making him the third. Because I'm never going to call him the third. Like, that's just weird. I would have called him Junior, though.
Is this boy math? Like, what is this?
Kind of. Listen. It's me trying to.
Like, we did name our child.
It's me trying to explain to you that I've saved you quite a bit of auditory suffering by calling him the third instead of the second, because I'd be yelling Junior all over the house. And that would drive you nuts after a while.
As opposed to all the other voices you use for all the other reasons.
I think it was just that word. Like saying that word repeatedly in a variety of voices, I think that would probably drive you more insane than you are right now. That word.
Okay.
Blasphemy. Alright, let's make this guy a little bit bigger.
Yeah, it actually looks like it belongs there with the rest of it.
A little bit, don't it?
It does.
Little bit. That's why sometimes you look at what you're doing and go, that's really ugly. We have to fix that. I know that I just accidentally dropped the brightness on my screen. Thank you. Wonder why that was dark. Okay. Here we are with all the vines. Alright, that looks like that lines up just about right. Let's see. Alright, take a look at that. This will be all of that in one thing. Yeah, that might work. That might work. Can we pin light it? Do we even need to? I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to double overlay this. I think we can just... I think we might just be able to merge it. Let's see. How daring are we today? Now, this is the part where I do some shit that you really shouldn't try at home, because I'm making it up as I go along, and I am a professional.
Isn't that how everybody learns?
By being a professional?
Just make it up until you're a professional?
Pretty much. I believe that's what fake it till you make it stands for.
There you go. Tried and true.
Uh-huh. This part is all done by sight. So you just have to eyeball it and go, does that look like that belongs there? That's right. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Like we said earlier, it is all about making choices. Alright, we're going to get rid of all of this nonsense, because we don't need it. Let's get rid of all of that. Oh, there's still more. Alright. Back to... Why did that move? Did that move? it's working, right? Hmm. It's very strange. Alright. Okay, let's do a little cleaning here. Let's remove some of this.
Don't even think about it.
What am I not thinking about?
You're fine. Your son is thinking about jumping on all of your technology.
No. You exit, sir. Thank you very much.
He's like, but I want to be part of the process.
I'm sure you do. The problem is that you want to integrate yourself into the process directly with your claws.
What happened at the stream? Oh, my son just knocked over my laptop and broke it.
I mean, considering what's happened the last 2 days where I've broken a mouse, I've broken a camera stand, like, things just fall apart here, so we're going to tear this room apart tomorrow. Like, the next time you guys see it, it will be completely black back here. This whole thing's getting painted black. Wifey will be on lay roller, and I will be doing the detail work.
That was me.
I know that because you're the only one that makes my phone buzz.
Oh. That's just what I want to hear.
I know. It's so hot. Alright. Let's see how that looks. Yeah. That's a little more realistic. Is that our son I hear out there?
Yep.
Okay. As long as it's just him being him. That is perfectly acceptable. Okay. And let's go play in the dark. So, see this big dark separator right here? We get to fix that. And we get to do it by eyeball. Everything has to look like it goes together. Like there is no separate seam. And this is what I used to call surgery. It's a little like painting. More erasing than painting, but really?
What else do you have to say, kitten? Okay.
Chloe Charlie entered the chat.
Hello, darling.
What can we do for you?
What opinions do you have?
That's not the right question, because she has all of them.
It's our most vocal furball.
Mm-hmm. The baby!
I think you should introduce the beeps. She does.
I'm pretty sure she introduces herself. This is our youngest, four-named child, Chloe, Charlie, Clementine, Capone.
For all personalities.
She switches them regularly, and trust me, it's very easy to tell which one is which. Come here, boys. Oh, say hi to everybody. Say hi.
You say hi?
Hi.
She's like, what?
Say, I'm the biggest monster in this house.
She's like, what is going on?
Yes, I am. Say, I'm the biggest monster.
This is how you get fans.
Say hi.
This is how you get fans.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. I'm awesome. How are you? She is done, is what she is. She can only handle that for about 3.5 seconds.
And she's out of the room.
And I'm guessing that will keep her from coming back for quite some time. Not if that's going to happen. All right. I promise we won't introduce you to any of the other ones because none of them like getting picked up.
I can't promise that.
Well, maybe Mila, but
Mila will never be introduced.
yeah.
That is our dark child that just stays underneath dark surfaces.
Right. We have an emo kid that never really left her parents' basement.
Likes it there in the dark.
Likes it there in the dark. Every once in a while, comes out to hang out with everybody. Really likes her nip. She is our dark child, and we love her to death. She's just not so social, even with us. She has a limit to her mother daddy time.
And she prefers it when her siblings aren't around.
Yes, she'd prefer it if her siblings didn't exist. She'd be a lot happier if it was just her, and then she could have the whole house to herself. Then again, I'm pretty sure most of them feel that way.
Yes, this is true.
Remy would be bored, but the rest of them would be like, wait, I'm it? Fantastic. That's all I ever dreamed of.
All the nip, all to myself.
All the nip, all to myself. All the TRATS.
All the couches.
All the couches.
All Mom and Daddy's love.
Yes. There is only need for one kitty in bed at night. We literally had to get a king bed just for the cats.
It is sad but true.
It's very true. Well, imagine sleeping on a queen bed with 4 mid-grown cats. Well, 3 of them, because not all 4 of them are there at the same time.
It's usually 3 of the 4.
And then 2 humans. Like, that's just... that's just unfortunate is what that is. So, king-size bed it is. Alright. We're going to clean this up here. Clean this over there. A little bit here, a little bit there.
It really looks like it's just pieces from the same picture that you put together at different times.
Well, the good part is, and this is a bonus of having AI be your clip art procurer is when you go and get stock photography or whatnot, it's usually not in a series. It's usually there's like one image or there's a couple that might work together.
There's the same image from different angles.
Sure, same as different angles, or you get a couple images that look similar but one's lit different, so you're gonna have to fix the lighting in one image just to be able to use it. Like every once in a while, you'll get something where you can get a good series out of it, but for the most part, you're picking up one image and integrating it into whatever else you found or whatever else you were able to pick up. The good thing with Midjourney, if you're able to kind of tweak it right, is you find an image, a base image that you want to work with, and then you're able to kind of iterate that image multiple times and just take the pieces that you want out of that are different, that weren't in your original image, and blend those in and put them where you want them. What's a good analogy for that? I'll give you an example. So if we're building a character, doesn't matter who it is, AI is not the greatest with facial features, with fingers, with number of limbs, whether you have teeth. There are issues. So you may get an iteration where you get kind of the majority of the character that you want, but it's got a lazy eye, or it's missing an ear, or 6 fingers on the left hand, and for some reason it's underneath its shirt. Like, anything could happen. So that image isn't perfect. It's like 70%. Well, how do you get the rest of the 100%? Do you just pull it out of thin air? Do you make it up? Like, how does that work? Well, it's a little bit easier with AI because I can repeat that same image, even though I'm going to get a different iteration of it. Hopefully, if you do enough iterations, and at least in my experience, this has worked well, If you do enough iterations, you will get enough slight variations of that one character's image that you were going to use, where you can rip an eyeball out and you can get him a different hand and you can take it out from underneath his shirt and you can fix his face or whatever else it is you need to do. You can take those pieces from iterated versions of the original, so that way the painting, the design, the style, where everything is generally located, are pretty much the same. It's much easier to cut
That
and
makes
paste and kind of make a composite out of that than it is to do this, where you're literally creating a landscape across the whole page rather than focusing just on like one area. So that's a thing. And I'm sure you'll see that later if you keep watching this stuff. I will be building quite a few characters as well, so you get to see that process. All right. Why this is so dark in here, but it is. All right. Good. That works. And see what we'll do later. This area right here, where you want all this leafiness to merge with the vines that are up here.
Okay.
They don't work perfect, but they don't have to, because once this whole thing gets merged into one flat image, once it gets, well, not even just that, once it gets merged into one flat image, that means I can just come over this area that doesn't exactly match what we want with a lasso and tell AI, fix this. It'll give me a couple variations to fix it with. So like when I want to select an area, I have a lasso tool. So there's a little lasso right there.
Which tells
And
it
it,
what to focus on.
well, it allows me to kind of just point and draw, but I have to end where I started. Hence the lasso. Right. And then everything in that space is what it deals with.
Got it.
So what I can do later, I can't do it now because I'm not merging everything. I'm keeping all the layers separate. What I can do later is I can kind of come in here and do this and just lasso around this middle area where it looks okay, but it still doesn't seem like it's connected. I can just put around this, go into my generative fill, type in remove object, and it will give me variations on this space that are a little more interconnected because it's building it all at one time. Instead of trying to put two images together, it's just trying to fix that collective space as one thing. So it'll give me some variations where it's all mixed together, and that'll solve the problem. I won't have to go in and edit that manually like I used to. So again, AI, a little bit of a time saver, doesn't replace it can replace the tools, but I still have those tools right here in the toolbar. I can go do it right now. It'll just take me half an hour to do that when I can just put a circle around it and go, hey, you do it, and get the same result. All right, let's get rid of the rest of the garbage here, because there is quite a bit. And we are already at 4:25. Alright, time to do some more fading down at the bottom here. Don't need all that nonsense. And one of the other things that AI makes a little bit easier is when you're done with the entire image. It kind of latches onto what I was just saying about that one piece. When you're done with the entire image, you can merge everything together. I'm sorry, copy it all so you have the original layers in a folder. Merge all those layers together.
Mm-hmm.
So this is now one image. And then you can go through and kind of nitpick certain areas that you don't like the way that they synced up or the way that they actually like meshed when you were building it. You can do the same process with the lasso, go around those areas, type in remove object, and it will give you variations on that spot to fix it. So you just basically go around and spot fix, just like you would spackle a wall. Same kind of
Okay.
thing. You're spackling the painting with the spots that you need fixed. Like we're looking at uh, all this wall over here. Yeah, we're gonna have some stuff cover it, but if you look at all this, there's all kinds of mess of brick, and it's not clear, and this is a
Yeah,
different
I
color
see
than that, and
that.
this is red over here. We can fix all that just by taking select areas, letting AI refit it with something similar or iterate from it, and just do that all over the page where it needs to happen because your structure isn't going to change.
Got
You're
it.
just kind of spot healing things, but it's doing it to a point where you're getting 3 results every 20 seconds that are relatively close to what you're looking for, and you just keep looking until you get the right thing.
Versus taking the time to do all of it manually.
Sure. I mean, you still can, it's fine. Um, will it end up looking as good? Just about. It'll look just as good. It's just going to take you another hour,
The time difference.
hour and a half to do it. Yeah. It's like I said earlier in this episode. I think it was in this episode. Um, most of the generative AI tools that are in Photoshop, all they did was basically code it to run a step by step human process. You can set that in Photoshop already. They're called actions. You can basically give it, I want you to do this action, then this action, then this action, then give it a bullet point list of the steps you want to do, program it, and then say, go do it. And it will replicate that process, especially if you're like processing photos or you're processing a lot of the same images over and over again. If you have to bulk do something like that, you set up a Photoshop action, it does it for you. Well, if you just combine all of those commands into one generative AI command and it just runs all of them for you, it's the same thing. It's literally doing the same process.
Without you having to take time to program in those steps.
Right.
And, yeah.
Without me having to put a bunch of actions together and build the whole thing, I can just type in 2 words and it does it for me. But at the same time, it's not any different than what I was doing before. Though that existed. It wasn't, it's not like we couldn't do those things in Photoshop and then AI made it possible. It just makes it take less time. So I don't have to spend 3 years building something that should take 5 minutes. It is a little crazy, but that is how it works. All right. So, sorry for my ranting there. Let's do a little bit more cleaning. Just a smidge. This time we're going to erase rather than fade, because there's some stuff that I want to keep very detailed and some stuff that just has to go. Like we can salvage some of this foliage here and keep it looking pretty realistic. Oh, the old stretch. I think I heard 17 things crack.
That also happens when you sit in the chair at your desk for 20
Telling
hours
you,
straight.
my whole back is like a Rice Krispie treat. Every time I stretch, snap, crackle, and pop, baby. Uh, Well, and the other thing we didn't actually talk about, even though we tear everything out of this room, paint it and everything, this bad boy's still not going to get mounted.
Mm. Well,
Yeah, we have a mount for the outside. We got to get another mount for the inside. It's a different size because this is a little bit smaller TV, and I don't need the crazy swivel. It can just be, well, I guess, I don't know.
For those listening, he's got
Yeah.
like 6 screens, and one of them is a, what is that, a 47
They can see
inch
them.
TV?
They can. The camera's right there. They can see
Oh,
them.
they can see
Yeah,
all the
they can see
screens.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah, yeah. The main screen's a TV. It's a TV that we had in a different. This outside? It was the outside TV.
Yes.
It's outside TV, and get this. So I've had this TV. It's a flat screen, but I've had this TV for so long. It's like 10 years, something like that. It's not like a regular Sony TV. It's some random like off-brand TV. But in reality, and wife is gonna yell at me because I say this all the time. All the TVs are made by 4 manufacturers in China. Like they're all made by four guys, and that's it. But they all get branded out anyway. But this is just an older TV. They stopped supporting the software. Like, and by supporting the software, I don't mean like you can't call them and fix it. There's no Amazon on here anymore. All the smart stuff went stupid. It's all gone. So all I can use this TV for is a screen. It has to have a plugged in device to display something on it. Otherwise, it's trash.
But that's okay. You got a very large computer screen.
So now I've got a computer screen. And I've had people tell me you shouldn't design on a TV because it's not the same as a monitor. I know that. It's not that different. It's really not. Yeah, there's a little color difference, there's a little quality difference. Really, if that's what you're leaning on for your design not to come out the way that you planned it, you just shouldn't be doing that job. That's an excuse. I like a big screen because I'm old and I can't see. So yes, I design mostly on this screen. The other screens are so I can have other things running. Some of you may be able to see it. Some of you might not be able to see it. But 3 out of the 4 screens are running something right now. That is just all of my Spectrum letters coming out on screen. So you guys enjoy that. So I guess at some point we should probably talk about what we're going to put in our vignettes.
Did you let them know it's a potential unveiling of a character?
I did. It's not a potential unveiling. There will be unveiled at least 1 character, quite possibly 2. But there's definitely 1 because one of these rooms does have the Duchess in it. So you will be the first ones to get a first look at her. Now she's not completed. Let's note that.
Mm-hmm.
Be very careful. We have run her through the first part of our process where we get a kind of a base model of what it is that we think she should look like and what her character should kind of portray. We get like a base model of that from AI. Hours and hours of prompting. I'll show you guys that process eventually. It's a barn burner. But we get a version that we're happy with. We put together a 1 sheet with some different looks, much like if you were a fashion model and you gave somebody a 1 sheet of your different poses or whatnot. You have
what
6,
you're working with.
right? You have 5 or 6 different whatever you got.
I like your Vogue there.
I just threw that together. I don't even know if that was Vogue. Was that really Vogue?
No, yeah, that's Vogue. And then you have the magazine cover. You gotta do the magazine cover pose. No, like this. You just.
Oh, just.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that. That's not really my thing, but okay, if you say so. Wifey's here for the coaching. Yeah. So we did a 1 sheet of her. So we have the looks for her. But these images have not been edited. They have not been touched. They have not gone through my greasy little fingers. So we still have quite a bit of work to do, but they are a pretty good foundation. We like to try to get, at the very least, when we're building characters, we try to get that full 70% we can get out of AI. We try to hit that every single time. It takes a while. You kind of have to drag it out of it sometimes. Sometimes you have to spend hours looking at really funky shit and going, "This is not what this is not even close to what I asked for. Where did you get this?" That happens a lot. And you guys are gonna enjoy that process. But until then, we do have her one sheet. She's ready to go to the next step of the process of being edited and wonderlanded. So we will unveil her a little bit later, and yeah, you will not see her anyplace else for a while. I don't think. It's going to be a few weeks before we edit her, so she'll make a comeback around though. I guarantee you, she does not look like what you think she should look like.
That is a true story.
That is a true story. You are going to find that there are several characters in the Wonderland universe that you know who they are, but you've never seen them like this before. We do like surprises. Surprises and Easter eggs. And lots of death. Alright. Let's take a look at where we are here. I don't need any of that. Let's get rid of this. Boy, I might skip ahead early and get that cocktail now.
Would you like me to bring you one?
I do not know.
What would you like? Do you know?
I have no idea. I am gonna have to think about that. I am guessing that it is probably going to involve whiskey.
Whiskey, key lime soda, and what was the third ingredient you were messing around with the other day?
Ginger ale.
Ginger ale.
But I think I'm gonna want something that's got a little bit more flavor in it. That's just a whiskey base. I'm not thinking old fashioned tonight, because pretty much an old fashioned is just bitters, old fashioned, and whatever flavor, sorry, bitters, whiskey, and whatever flavor you want to put with that, whether it's orange, banana, apple, whatever.
Do you trust me? Not at all.
When it comes to putting my cocktails together, absolutely not. 100% no. And that's not because of what she's putting in the cocktail. It's what is not supposed to be put in the cocktail that might end up in there. That's right. She watches a lot of Dateline, folks.
There is a drink called penicillin.
I'm aware. I am very aware. There are several drinks named after medication. I'm pretty sure over my illustrious career in nightlife, I've had most of them at some point. Painkiller.
Painkiller.
That one too.
Mama Dumpy's a big.
That's Mama Dumpy, not the Dumpy in the room. Right. Let's step back and take a look. Alright, well, it's definitely fortifying that wall a bit. That's for sure. This is all pretty much done. I'm just going to clean up this stuff here.
I do love the color boost on the top edge of the windows up there.
I'm thinking still, like we saw earlier, I think we're still going to wash these two out.
We're going to need
We're going to desaturate that and desaturate that.
We're going to have
maybe
to
desaturate that.
The foliage at the bottom of the
Yeah,
screen.
because this is, you still see the color in this, but this is like bright. This is like autumn.
They're two completely different color schemes.
Yeah. We'll do that before we watercolor it. Now, I will also say, we don't always have to finish an image and then watercolor it. that's only something you have to do when you're dealing with a really complex image, as this one kind of turned out to be. Um, if you're dealing with something that doesn't end up having to take that many layers, again, every time you are building a character, you're building a cover, you're building a scene, whatever. Even if you're doing a reel for Instagram, um, a lot of times I don't know how many pieces are going to go in it until I'm doing it. Most of the time, I don't know how many pieces are going to go in until I'm doing it. Um, because you kind of have to let, like I talked about a few episodes ago, you kind of have to let the muse flow through you. You're just the conduit. You're just the thing on Earth that can make the thing happen. It's got to kind of flow, and you've got to look at the screen and go, that looks good, that's decent, I don't know, this is kind of crap. You've seen me go through the past few episodes of we throw some stuff out, we keep some things, we rearrange some things when they don't work out the way they used to. It's very much a kind of flow state process, whether you like it or not. um, and in that means that you don't really know what you're getting into when you're getting into something. I have a general idea of how I want to put the vignettes together, but we may get a quarter of the way through that and it may not work that way.
It
So
may
you got to
not
be able to
work the way you
pivot
looked at it.
and
That's
go,
how
nah, that's not going to work. Let's try this. Um, to get your end result. So every design really is kind of a let's try this and see how it works. Um, so you got to be able to be versatile enough to kind of roll with it. So one of the things we've learned in the process of building material for Wonderland is that um, like I said before, there's many different styles of watercolor, detail levels, color palettes that are used. So if you're trying to completely brand the style and image of something like we're trying to do with Wonderland, um, you've got to be very picky about what you use and what your final product looks like, because it all has to look like it came from the same exact source. It's the same exact style. It's all one person. That's the goal anyway. So when we're putting something together like this that has 30 plus layers, every one of them is just slightly bit different when it comes to uh, the watercolor style that it's using. We can't put that out that way. That's not gonna look right. It's regardless of what I do to it to make it look like it's a full piece of work and it's one image. You're gonna be able to look at it and tell that this painting over here isn't using the same stroke as this over here.
Mm-hmm.
This is more detailed up here, and this is more general over here. You're going to be able to see it. So when you're doing surgery on a piece, what you have to do is merge it all at the end, and then kind of put what you guys would call a filter over it to give it that watercolor patina and merge everything together the way you want it to look. But a lot of times you don't have to do that. If you're working on a character and you design that character in watercolor, in the style that you want, then you add 4 or 5 things to it that are also relatively in that style. You don't really have to filter it anymore. You got it. Like you're there. But when you're doing 30 to 50 layers on something, it's going to get messy. It's going to look messy, and then you're going to have to merge it all together and filter it. Otherwise, it's not going to look good.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But you don't always have to do that. I just want to make sure everybody knows that that's not the that's not the regular process with every image. It's just the ones that get bulky layers wise. All right. We are at the point of cleaning up this top vine here, which we are going to see if we can save. We're going to attempt it. But as we have seen before, some vines just do not survive. I'm going to show you a little something I was talking about earlier. I was telling them how I erase around things. Like I manually go in and erase around the edge of things. And the reason being because if you let Photoshop do it, it still leaves that little like ring.
It leaves the line.
It leaves the
right
ring around the edge that
It's
isn't
like,
quite clean.
I've seen him do it where it looks like it just kind of, if you're trying to cut around an item, let's say you have a blank piece of paper and you've got something on the piece of paper and you want to cut that item out. If you did it yourself, you would cut right along where the item was, and you'd make sure there was no white on the outside of it. You're getting just what you want to pull out of that.
Just the outline.
When I've seen Kyle do this with AI, the white edge is always around that item, whatever edge it is, where you have to go back in and continue to clean up. Or
AI or Photoshop, by the way, it's both.
Yeah, I've seen you do Photoshop as well. And sometimes it oversteps where it takes pieces out of what you want to remain.
Because it's the way that it's deciding what to remove when you quote unquote magic erase, which I'm going to show you guys here real quick. When you magic erase, that's like asking somebody to just file the right paperwork for me, would you? You're completely trusting them to write whatever it is that you need them to do and submit it on time to the right place. That's a lot of variables that you're not in control of when you kind of give that command. Well, magic erase is kind of the same thing. You're saying, I'm going to click in this one spot, and everything that looks very similar to this one single pixel that I've clicked on that's attached to it, get rid of that. But leave all the rest of the stuff that doesn't go with this. That's literally the command. It's not any more specific than that. That's an insane, if you think about it, it's an insane computer command. Kind of get rid of the things that look like this, but make sure you don't get rid of the stuff that doesn't look like this. How anything looks like what is not at all described. So watch this. I'm going to do it for you. So I'm going to magic erase right now. I'm going to click on anything that's in this blue area and watch what it does. Like, it gets rid of things, but it's a mess.
You still have to clean up underneath.
You still have to clean everything. Look at all the stuff it leaves, and it takes away a bunch of stuff. It took all of this up here. It just gets rid of all of it. There you go. There's the whole thing. So that's why we don't use that for detail work, because it will screw up everything you're doing. And unfortunately, a fair amount of the automatic Photoshop tools, they do that. It cracks me up because I've actually seen guys do, I've seen designers do reels where they will show you the process they go through when they're putting something together. And you'll see somebody like cut a background out and let AI do it and move on. And I'm sitting here with horror on my face going, but dude, it's glowing. Can you not see it glowing? It's glowing. And you're just gonna keep going like that's not there? I don't understand that. So I go in and I manually erase stuff. It takes forever.
Yeah.
And she's watched me do this for years. I will take the time because it looks better when you're done.
You know, funny story is one of our first dates, and I was at his apartment, and third date, I was at his apartment, and he had a client that asked him to put God knows how many pictures together and make one big collage for their restaurant.
For a wall.
For a wall.
They had a hallway that they wanted to vinyl wrap in Prohibition images. So I had to go. This is before AI. This is like a decade before AI. I had to search the web for days to find 1920s American Prohibition photos. Do you know how many of those there still are around? Not a lot.
And I watched him basically do this for an entire day around all those photos.
cleaning them
up, making them usable,
building
so
them into
that
the
they
wall.
could actually be placed on a wall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, and on top of that, we were editing. I was manually editing
You'd
those
whiskey
photos.
barrels.
Yeah. So what we were doing is the particular venue that we were putting it at was getting sponsored for this wall. So they have particular liquor vendors that they wanted to add their logos throughout some of the images. So I'm taking a 1920s prohibition image of police ransacking a truck and dumping the barrels over the side. And when you see the top of the barrels that are sitting on the ground with the beer flowing everywhere or the whiskey flowing everywhere, you're seeing an actual brand put on it. And it has to look like that happened in 1920. It can't be a brand that came out yesterday.
He was faux burning the brand into the
Yeah.
wood without AI.
I was aging it into the wood, and then you have to almost erase pieces of it because it has to look worn and aged and beaten up, and you have to do that for every single one.
It just shows you how much I love attention to detail because I sat and watched that for hours. I was like, this is amazing.
Pre-streaming, she was watching that live.
What was it? ASMR?
ASMR, yes. Apparently, she thought that was ASMR too.
That was extremely satisfying to watch. The little tool that you're using right now.
Right now,
like, this is fantastic.
just sitting here clicking away for hours with the music going on in the background. Little bit of pizza, little cocktail. Everybody's happy. It was the little things back in the day.
It was.
No, and the funny thing is I've made those walls, same kind of walls, twice now since then for that same client, and she's watched me do those as well. And even the latest run that hasn't, they're still in production. They haven't produced the walls yet. None of those used
locations.
AI either,
Yeah.
and AI was still out. It was out at that point. I did design a focal wall for them using AI components like I'm doing here, but they ended up deciding to scrap it because they want to go in a different direction. So they're not going to do that.
Okay.
Because they're going to connect the venue he was telling you about when we saw him. They're going to connect those two like they have it now, and he doesn't know what he wants to do with that yet. Anyway.
That just means more walls.
More walls and more work, and we'll find out.
I will just sit back at my little table and watch the detail work. It makes me so happy.
I don't understand the entertainment, but I'm glad that you were entertained.
Hello, Grace.
Oh, we got a Gracie visit. Hi, Gracie Boos.
Our oldest.
Oh, babies.
Our senior kitty.
Oh, you big babies. You come to see Mom and Daddy? Oh, there we go. All the scratches.
It's a family endeavor.
Oh, yeah. Even if it wasn't, they'd trail us everywhere we went. Alright, let's clean up the rest of this blue here. Get these vines done. Oh, there's a big Gracie. Hi, Gracie Boo. No, she's not gonna stay up there that long, Mama. I told you, you guys are only gonna ever see Chloe Charlie. She's the only one that likes getting lifted up. Grace handles for about a second and a half, and she's like, "Why am I in the air? What's going on?"
Put my paws down.
Right. This is strange. I do not belong here. No, Grace is not interested in space. She is not interested in going outside the walls of the house.
No, because there's no TRETS.
There's nothing out there for her. The world holds nothing for her. Now the younger ones, they try to escape every day. Like they live in an asylum or something.
Found Chloe Charlie outside there today.
Yeah, she snuck outside with the when I was doing the pool stuff. She was good though. She just kind of walked around, nosed around. I mean, Grace did the same thing. We let her out a while back, and she was perfectly fine. I don't trust the youngins.
No.
I do not trust the youngins out there. They will disappear so fast.
We live with a reserve behind us, and
yeah, there's a canal behind us.
All sorts of wildlife.
Coyotes, hedgehogs, birds,
badgers, turtles.
Turtles.
All the birds.
Bunnies. Yeah, I'm more worried for the bunnies than about the bunnies.
Yes.
These two are savages.
Yes, our two little ones are hunters.
Definitely not worried about anything getting in the house because it doesn't last long. I don't need an extermination service. They live here. All right. Let's
out.
zoom out a little bit. Let's see what we got.
Well, that's looking good.
It's looking cleaner. Did we?
Yes, much cleaner.
Why am I on that? What's going on in there? Sorry, I'm eyeballing something. We need to. Crap, I lost it. Where was it? Where'd you go? There it is. All right. Just a little detail work, folks. Nothing too serious. Trying to latch these two things together as best as possible.
And she's back.
Who's back? Oh, Gracie Booze. I didn't know you left.
She did. She went running when I put her down.
Oh, yeah, it's a good reason to run. I'd run too if I were you.
Oh, hello, Remington. You can sleep in.
Remy!
This room is just big enough for all the cats.
It really is not. It's really, really not big enough for all the cats. All right, we are at 3 hours and 20 minutes on this particular episode. Yippee skippy. Just doing a little shrubbery cleaning. And I think we're probably going to need one more piece here in the center.
And connect it over to the tree.
Uh-huh. Well, okay, but put it behind the tree.
Okay.
It's going to go behind the tree. You got a lot of wall back there.
It's on the wall. It needs to go behind the tree.
Yeah. So, hold on one second. Let me clean this real quick. Man, my side hurts. Alright. I just wanted to clean that out a little bit. Okay. So, we put this on here. Yeah. That's going to end up going behind the tree, so you won't even see it.
Yeah, the tree is...
This whole part right here.
Yeah, no.
I can just chop that off because you're not going to see any of it.
That's actually going to connect really well the way it is.
Well, hold on. It may not. Let's say we chop that there.
Put the tree back over it, see what we have.
You're still not going to see it. Problem is, I don't want it to look like it's connecting into the tree.
Well, when we desaturate the colors, will it kind of take on a back seat to that?
No, I mean, it might, but I don't think it's going to be enough for you to not notice connected to the tree. What we might want to do is, since the tree is so close there, we might just want to lop this off.
I say that, or kind of turn it a little bit at the top.
What, so it's like this way?
Yeah.
If I do that, this is out here.
Okay.
Because this is all one piece. So if I rotate it, it'll rotate this way, and you'll be sticking this out here.
Yeah.
Although, that might not be the worst idea. Nah. No, I tried.
See it. It was a thought.
Yeah, I tried. It kind of works, but not exactly.
It's not enough for...
Yeah, like I was thinking if you could keep this in its spot and you can just turn this a bit, it might look like the vine was crawling up the wall, but this is so straight and it's so thick, it looks like it's like two tree limbs twisted around each other. So it's gonna have to be like vertical.
Got
It's
it.
gonna have to be vertical. Yeah, I think we might want to do is just chop this off because we were trying to save this whole piece over here, thinking we connected to something. But the tree's in front of it anyways. You're not gonna see it. We might as well just chop this whole thing off and just leave this part where it is. That way.
Yeah, because right now it doesn't look right connected. Like it doesn't.
Yeah, what you're gonna want is you're gonna want space
Yeah.
between the tree and this. Otherwise, it looks like it's coming out of the tree. You lose the 3 dimensions of it. So if we cut that out, we leave this the way it is. We do some other vines that come up from here or come out from here just to cover the space, but they can't connect to the tree. Like they've got to like come up from here or come this way or something like that. I guess they could come up this way too, just as long as there's some space in here so you can tell that it's not connected to the tree.
And don't forget, you're putting Lorena in there, so do we want to make it that busy over there?
That's a good question. Let's put her in and see.
We might want to. We might want to stay away from that.
I think you want some vines there, but you want them subtle enough to where it's not taking up a lot of.
Yeah, like right now I feel like there's almost too much space behind her.
There is.
Yeah.
Alright, so if we do this, if we. Excuse me, folks. If we do this, we take this piece here. Where is that? Where's the? Oh, it's all one thing. Then why is it not? Okay, now it's erasing it. It wasn't erasing it before. That's very weird. Get rid of all that, and we just keep it kind of like this. I'll clean that, but then it ends up stopping there.
Okay.
And you got that. I think we need this space. Like you gotta have space right here, and then put some other vines here, like behind her a bit.
Yeah, but so you see where the orange foliage to the right. Yeah, like it's got kind of vinage or leaves kind of crawling up.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, I feel like the one to the left.
This one.
I agree with I agree with erasing that, but now I feel like it's a big ball of leaves. Like that's not organic for it to grow that way without it growing up.
You want more.
I think there needs to be something pulling it up in order to give it that structure.
You know what I could do?
I could be making that up, but that's what I say.
No. I get you. It needs to look like it didn't just die here.
Yeah.
Because it looks like it just became a bush there.
Especially as much of it is there.
Yeah.
That's so top heavy to not be ground from higher up.
Right. I think what I can do is I'll take this piece, I'll duplicate it, I'll put it behind this, because all you're going to see is this part right here. You're going to know that's...
That looks like very strong, thick vines down there that would be holding that kind of foliage in place.
Right. So let's take these two, put them over here. Move this away. I don't know why I'm doing that the hard way. Oh, that's got windows with it. Why are there windows with it? Oh, because I selected them and copied them for some reason. Why is it? What? What is going on? You gotta be careful, folks. Photoshop is wild. Like
I don't think that's what you meant to do.
That is not at all what I meant to do. No, it actually copied a layer that I, like, it says I clicked on, but I did not. Why are there two of these? Oh, that is the, okay, that's the actual windows. I don't even know why that's open. I don't know what's going on there. Alright, we're going to duplicate that. Let's try this again. Crazy fella over there. Yeah. So we got that. we were talking about making this piece come out like right there. I don't know that we need the under on this. I think we can get away with just the top copy. Alright, let's get rid of all this nonsense up top we don't need. Ta-ta-ta. All of this nonsense at the bottom we don't need. Make sure we're squeaky clean over here. Alright. Alright, you tell me where you think it needs to go. This is the piece right here. Like, are we talking like right there?
A little bit higher up. Right there.
Right there?
Yeah.
And then we'll take these two and we'll desaturate them so they're not as colorful. And you think that'll work?
I think that shows like a thicker vine holding that in place behind it.
Okay. I might want to lighten up that edge though. There we go. Give it a little more structure. Alright. Alright, it's getting there. I feel like we need, you know, just a little something in here. And maybe maybe this goes up a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Agreed.
It feels like that's a little empty.
It feels like that's not quite in line with the rest of it.
Yeah. Alright, we're going to save that. We're going to remove that object because we don't need it anymore. Look at all those layers. We are layered up. Yes, sir. Uncle Phil likes what he sees.
And we still have vignettes to do.
Mm-hmm.
She's got to be looking in on something.
Well, we're at the 3-hour 30 mark for today's session. Or at least this one. I think it was an hour and a half earlier, something like that. Okay. Let's find us some mo vines. Mo vines and mo vines and mo vines. What about this nonsense?
Oh, that might be helpful to connect the pieces. Yeah.
It's right here. It's really weird. Like they start making, like AI starts making vines and they turn into piping that's lashed to the wall. Alright, let's see if I can get some variations in that. Yeah, like I said, you know, I don't mind having, you know, kind of on-demand custom clip art. No, the babies. My sleepy boy. Are you literally sleeping with your nose touching the blanket?
He's not on the blanket, just his nose.
Okay. He just gets stranger and stranger the older he gets.
He's just zenned out in the red light, listening to Daddy.
Just want to nose it. I just want to nose that it's there.
Oh, you could use a break. That was not.
Is that not my best?
No.
I tell her all the time, like, listen, you say all the jokes, but like 50% of them don't land. Like, you don't know if it's gonna land until it falls out of your face and falls on its face. Like,
Well,
I don't know any better than you do.
Unfortunately, your wifey over here does love a good dad joke, even though it darkens your soul every time you gotta do
Loves
it.
a dad joke.
It
Literally all the
hurts you.
other things that I say that are actually funny, she'll just look at me like. Then you say something super stupid that came from like 1985, and she cannot breathe. I will never understand it. Never understand it. See, that just looks like you didn't get your cabling done right.
It does.
That's not very
It looks
viney.
like you need to clean up your wall.
Right.
Like that doesn't look good.
Right.
But maybe that's what we need.
Some wall cleanup.
Some
These are nice,
like
but where are they growing out of?
It's okay. I like the definition. They'll be growing out of something on
Somewhere.
Somewhere.
Something, somewhere, sometime.
But I like the definition on them.
I mean, I do too, but
they
I
don't
can't
look like a hodgepodge of cords that fell from your roof.
Well, that's just because you can actually see
you can see
branches
the
coming
vines.
off of them. This is just scribble. I need leafery. Give me some leaf. See, this got some leaf on it. Like, I believe this a lot more because there's some bits of green there.
There's some life
there. There's some life there. But I don't want to cut all that.
Then keep looking.
I don't know if that's enough either, because kind of what I'm.
Is it worth the work for you to do that? I don't think there's enough there to cover that space.
No, and I can't get it to give me like more dense. Like, it just gives me more crap. It's not like dense. It's just crappier.
Ask for an ivy covered wall version and see if it gives you enough.
Creeping moss, damp ivy vines. Let's do. What'd you just say?
Ivy covered wall.
Large patches. Oh. I don't care about between the bricks. I don't care about that either. I don't care about that either. Okay, so we get rid of all this. Tell me what you said one more time.
Ivy covered wall.
Ivy. All right. Let's try this. Don't care. Let's see what it gives us. I just cut a bunch out of the original prompt for the ivy and whatnot, and changed a few things over, hoping it'll give us like some bigger patches that we can use.
Oh, that first one you see all the ones down the left hand side.
Let it finish. Interesting.
Strong vines here on the right hand side.
Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. One more again. I may have to actually tell it to put it in the middle of the wall, because I think it's not it's growing it all from the edges. If you look at it, it's all edging, and I have all the edging I can handle in that image. Let's see what it comes up with here, and then we may have to tell it that. And this is all very hodgepodgey. It feels very Fraggle Rock to me. You getting that vibe? Like I'm totally getting like the Fraggle Rock vibe from that. Remember that little like plant area he used to go out to? Like they would go underneath like the pet door and whatnot, and that's how they would get to like Fraggle Land. This is like his little like area back there. That's what that reminds me of.
Down in Fraggle Rock.
Down in Fraggle Rock. Y'all don't know nothing about Fraggle Rock. Y'all weren't around for that. That was before your time. Y'all missed it. You can't have it back. Do they even have Fraggle Rock? Like, is that we gotta find if that's on like a channel? Or you can't play it. You can't play it. Yeah, you can't do that. The DCMA will cancel my entire episode. Yeah. You can't do that anymore. No, they will completely make me take everything down from YouTube just because of a little Fraggle. And see, this wouldn't be bad, but it's because they shoved these windows in there. It's like all over. I think I need to rip the window part out.
You may see a windowless wall covered in ivy.
Well, I'm using the base image that we're working on as the style reference. So it's it's thinking I have to put windows in it because this has windows in it. Although I have the answer. I have the answer. Watch this.
Are you gonna remove all the windows?
Yes, I am. I'm going to remove everything but the walls. We're going to strip this sucker down to the rotors. Yep. Boop, boop. Now, granted, it's still going to see those. But we're going to do this. Watch and learn, kids. This is how you cheat the system. We're going to crop that whole image. We're going to lie to AI and tell it that this is the whole cover. Now, put some ivy on that. Let's go. Nope. It wants to make a video. We're not making a video. All right. On the reference. Okay. Well, you know what? Let's do this. Here. There we go. All right. Watercolor texture. No window placement. While adding creepy moss, damp ivy vines, and large patches of aphids naturally across the vertical line. Keep the overall area. Maintain okay. We got a winner. Let's try. Give it a shot. Caution to the wind. Going in head first. But only if it actually responds today. What is this nonsense?
If it puts ivy to the sides and leaves the brick wall, I'm gonna laugh.
It just did. Like all your ivy is like hanging from a non-existent ceiling. I want the ivy on the wall. Preserve the exact combination. To the brick wall, not above it. To it, on it, in it. Make it happen. All right. Yeah, that was rather disappointing. It looks like a garage door that hasn't been opened in like 100 years. Just decaying in front of you. Now it's doing the same thing. It's literally giving you brick wall with ivy on the side.
So I think you have to say
you have a side order of ivy.
fully
covered.
Fully covered.
I thought I did that.
The brick wall is fully covered with ivy.
Large patches of aged vegetation.
Growing to the brick wall. I think you need to say fully covering.
Fully covering. Hold on. And large patches of
ivy.
We're gonna do. While adding creeping moss, damp ivy vines, and the entire wall covered in creeping ivy. Let's try that. Whoo! We shall see, kids. We shall see. My money is on it giving us the same thing. Although this is starting out with a different shade. So who knows?
Looks like a beach.
It's probably going to be a cave or something. It's got a very cave effect going on here. It's not buying it.
It really likes that wall just the way it is.
I think that's probably because I have it as the Omni reference, so I am just going to make it the style reference.
Okay.
Which will give it a little less. This has to be exactly like this. So hopefully that works. Jamming to my
your focus music.
My focus music. I've had to completely switch to focus music from electronic music because you can't play any of it on air. You're mean, DCMA. You're mean. We just want good tunes. Well, I mean, this is on a wall.
It's partially covered.
It's kind of covered-ish. All right. So happy medium. We'll do Omni strength, but crank it way down.
One more shot.
One more again. 50th time's a charm. See, these are the links that we go for you folks, for our products. We will spend the extra 2 hours for one set of vines. We will do it. We will make that sacrifice. Well, I will make that sacrifice. She will laugh at me while I make that sacrifice.
Details matter.
That's right. Heaven forbid if we put the second module cover out and somebody looked at it and went, you know, that's just not viney enough.
It could happen.
It's just not enough vines. It wasn't viney enough for me. I'm not going to buy it.
I mean, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely no help. None whatsoever.
Okay, so the wall to the right at the bottom.
What?
Not that one. The next one down, the second row.
Oh. This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think you pick up anything from that, or is it just too cut off?
It's very
Steps.
It is. It's like looking at steps from the side.
Yeah.
It's not going to translate to the wall that we have. This might have a shot.
It'll pull the pieces out.
This might have a shot. Let's do this. Let's take that and zoom out on it and see what it gives me. Yeah, I think most of this is just, it's all stringing from the top. It's not understanding that it's all over the wall. Let's get rid of that. We're going to get rid of your... Preserve the exact composition. Oh, this made it into a movie poster.
Not yet.
Steps and Shrubs by Quentin Tarantino.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Here he's got one more movie coming out. Thought he made his last one, but guess he's doing one more. I think that's the 10th one. He's trying to do 10. I could have sworn he'd done more than that. I remember seeing an interview where he said, no, I'm stopping at 10. I'm like, you only done 10?
He's
really?
been out for so long.
Yeah, like, how have you only done 10?
I have to check. We have to fact check ourselves. He has directed 10 feature films.
I'm telling, like, I saw an interview with him, and that's what he said. He said, this last film, my 10th film will be my last one. I think that's a good number to go out on. And I'm like, you've only done 10? Doesn't, like, Spielberg do, like, 3 a year? What are you doing, dude?
It does feel like I thought there'd be more, though.
Ah. Very strange.
It looks like he does a movie about every 2 to 3 years.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. If it takes you think it takes like a year and a half, 2 years to shoot a movie, post, produce it, whatever, and then you want to take like a year off. Like, I don't want to make the next one immediately. I want to take a break.
I mean, who could really fault you for that?
That's what I'm saying. All right. All right. Let's unmess our design here before we accidentally save it or do something really stupid and delete all the work we just did, because I have done that before, kids.
He has. You can hear the screaming from outside the house when it happens.
Oh, I believe I've thrown shit. I'm pretty sure I've broken shit. Okay. Safe and saved. All right. What about this thing? It's a little green. It's very green. I feel like we got a little bit of way out of the window here. Let me see if we can. We're going to try to use the editor inside of Midjourney, which I am not a fan of, by the way. It edits like a 4-year-old child. But it might give us the abilities to get rid of these windows from like this image. Are you going to erase it or not? Okay. There's that too. Erase that too. Erase that too. Okay. All right. Let's give it a shot. Are you going to do anything? This is why I don't like this thing. Like, it doesn't work. Their editor just doesn't... Like, there's no instructions. It doesn't tell you how to work this. And when I hit submit edit, it doesn't go. Like, what else you want me to do? I've selected things. No, I don't understand. It's very confusing. If I'm on erase and I want to get rid of that,
Then what?
right. All right, let's try this. Let's try this. Really cracks me up sometimes about AI is you literally have to spend time trying to outsmart the machine to figure out what command the machine wants to get it to do the thing that you wanted to do that you thought was easy to explain. Which probably was easy to explain, it just doesn't understand the words you're using. It's like I would think if you're on erase,
It would just remove the image, not erase what was underneath it.
let's see. Now it takes it.
Okay, interesting.
I just said remove windows and doors. And it's going to replace them. I said erase, not restore. I said erase.
It did.
Remove.
Did it give you new windows and doors?
Yeah, it gave me new windows and doors. It got rid of some of them. There was one there. And this was a window, and now it's a light. Yeah. Like this one's got the least number of things. Mm-hmm.
Remove all windows and doors?
We'll see, kids. You're watching us try to figure out AI in real time. Because sometimes it don't play so nice. It's probably going, why would you want to do that? That's exactly what it's doing. You go, no. We're going to give you new windows and doors.
You clearly don't know what you want.
Yeah. This is what happens all the time. That's a clear instruction. Remove all windows and doors from image. And all I selected was windows and doors. Nope, just different windows. That looks like an air conditioning unit. Is that an AC? That's got bars in the windows.
I think you need to do it manually, babe.
That is just so sad. Like, what is the point of having the tools if they don't do the thing? Ay. All right. Back to regular MJ.
Tools are still developing.
Tools are tools. That's what I have to say. All right, which one of these was it? Which one were we looking at here? This one, I think. That one? No, that wasn't it. This one. Was it that one?
Yes, it looks like that one.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that door was. That wasn't that door.
That was not. Was it the original door?
I don't remember.
I replaced it so many times, I don't know what it looks like.
I think it was. I don't know. It looks like all of the shrubbery and stuff is pretty much the same for all of them. It didn't like change any of that, so it doesn't really matter which one you pick. Didn't we have like a starter one? That one. That's what it was. It was that door. Okay. Fine, I'll do it myself. That really sucks. Shouldn't have to do that. even sure it will let me. Oops, hold on. Got to get the shadow in it too, kids. Remove the object. Sneaking up on 4 hours in this session. We're going till we vine.
Wow.
That's right. That's not bad. Go with that. All right, that I will merge together. A little bit of noggin ache.
You're going to take a break here soon.
Yeah, probably, but early when I get these vines up. We'll try to knock it here in the next 20 minutes. Let's burn through, kids. Let's make it happen. Remove that window. Yeah, that's fine. Let's get rid of this one. There we go. That doesn't really merge those together, does it? Let's try another one. To you too. I don't really know what that meant, but all right.
That, again, one day I'm just not going to make it as a final girl.
How dare you moan at me?
My phone likes to turn itself on whenever it wants to.
Oh, yeah. I can't keep her around in a life or death situation because she will let everybody know exactly where she is by her phone.
I will never final girl it.
Nope.
With my phone on me.
Nope.
It would literally be like, she's over here.
No, that just tells me that if anybody's ever coming after us, we're hiding in different places. I'm going one way, you're going the other way. There's a much greater chance that at least one of us will survive. Probably me.
Probably you.
Probably me.
Unless I put my phone in your pocket and run the opposite direction.
Oh, that would be a very, very evil burn that I will haunt you in the afterlife for.
Just send the cats after you. They can see ghosts.
I'm sure they can. I'll start throwing them at you. Alright. Get rid of the door. We're going to show you another technique here in a minute of how you can add pieces using generative AI in Photoshop. More than likely, it's going to come up with some really weird, not what I asked for stuff. First, that doesn't even match the style that we're asking for. Like, it just turned that door into what looks like either an urn, a trash can, or a spittoon. Not sure what that is, but it does like to do that. And I will bet you money if I tell it to add vines to this thing, who knows what it's going to come up with. So let's find out. We are going to take this whole massive section down here. Right there. Go to our generative fill. Now you can't just type in add vines, because if you do that, I'll show you what happens. That's the Jeopardy music, in case you can tell. Now watch and see what happens.
I'm going to laugh if it does it right.
It won't do it right. So now we have a prison with vines.
I think it's pretty.
Now we have some kind of. It looks
I'm
like
not
it looks like
really
it
sure.
used to be a cage, and they just ripped the fencing out.
I'm not really sure what that is. It's definitely a frame of something. That looks
Now
like
you have vines on a shelf.
no. That looks like the vines you buy off of Temu.
Timu vines.
Temu
Okay,
vines.
Timu vines. All right, let's try it again with add vines and see what happens.
Breaking all sorts of stuff over here.
We're gonna break tomorrow, so what's gonna matter? So here we are. We have a what looks like an old garage door. That looks like some kind of old tiger enclosure. And some underground windows to your garage. Yeah, so that's what you get when you do that. Add vines is not really the way you want to go.
Well, it did give you vines.
It did give me vines.
It gave you vines.
It didn't not do what it was told.
Yes, I want to be clear
Yes,
about
it didn't
that.
not do what it was told.
You said add vines. It added vines.
Right. Now, what you really need to do, you got to clear out of this entirely, because if you try to change the prompt within it, once it kind of starts going down a path,
That's
you're
direction
never
gone.
getting out of the ape enclosure underneath your wall here. So it's just better to back out of that entire layer. Act like that didn't happen. So now we're going to go around it again. We're going to lasso around this whole area here. And now we're going to say add moss and vines over the selected area in a similar style to the background image. If you give it more specifics, usually it's a little bit better. Not to say that it's not going to put a picture of Gandhi there, because it's done that before. All right, we've got moss, we've got vines, we've still got some kind of enclosure. Now you're trapped in the enclosure. Now you have a canopy.
That's not as bad.
Mm-hmm. I want to enhance detail. Very strange. So we're going to try this. We're going to give it a bigger area to play with, because it's thinking that this up here is like the edge,
Ceiling.
the canopy, the ceiling. Yeah. So if we give it all of this to play with, let's see what it does. All we're going to do is keep the big trees. All right. Add creeping moss and ivy clad vines growing all over the wall in a variety of directions in the same watercolor style as the background image. Still different from our last prompt, but kind of close. Let's see what happens. There's CP Kitty back there. Mm-hmm. Yo! And now we're in Donkey Kong. We've made a map. I mean, it's not what I asked for.
You've got to be clear. I think it is what you asked for.
It's very like I'm waiting for little Mortal Kombat characters to come out and start fighting each other. Like right in here. They're just like jumping around, attacking each other. Hey. Hey.
There are vines. Hanging vines.
I see a bear and some sort of raccoon. No? Okay.
You've been doing this for too long today.
Pterodactyl.
I can see the pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl. It's very disconcerting.
When do you give up?
When you can no longer stand the pain.
There's got to be something there you can use.
I mean, that's a lot, but...
It's a lot, but you can also remove.
Yeah. Let's see how wild this looks. You know what?
Use some transparency. Yeah, if you overlay that right where that is, yeah.
That's what I was just saying. I'm like, you know what? Okay.
I think that looks possibly meant to be.
I don't know about meant to be. Made to be is more like it. We're gonna force it in there. All right. Underneath the tree, under the tree. Down where there's ivy, down where it's spivey, under
You've
the
definitely
tree.
been at this too long.
Yeah, I'm dancing now. I know it's a problem. All right. That kind of fits.
It does kind of fit.
Kinda. Me.
We'll see what we can do with it.
Me. Put that a little further under there. Time for our favorite game, The Mask. Here we go. Let's get rid of all this nonsense. All of that. All the extra darkness over here. That does not belong. Now I know this process is kind of dragging on and you're like, when will he ever be done with the ivy? Sometimes you just have to give up and say, okay, I've done enough. And sometimes you haven't done enough and you kind of have to know the difference. It's tricky, but it is possible for you to eventually just decide, you know what? I have already spent 75 hours trying to build this thing. I have had enough. I am good with whatever shape it is currently in. You may not be good with whatever shape it's currently in, but you tell yourself that so you can quit. Well, folks, we don't do that quitting here. We fix it until it's right. Alright, so what in the world just happened? The heck was that? What? that's very strange. I don't know what happened, but for some reason it loaded that image from Midjourney on a white background, not a transparent background, and it like made it all one image. So anytime it wasn't blended, there like this is all white
That's crazy.
around the. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It just did that. So now I have to kind of go back and do what I just did over again. That's shitty. I don't know what the hell happened. Sometimes that happens too, folks. You know, you'll be moving along and Photoshop just decides she doesn't like what you're doing and she'll throw a little roadblock in your way. Wifey used to actually call Photoshop my mistress. I spent more time in here.
I still do, just not out loud.
No, well, it's in your head. You can still feel the thoughts. There goes a window. Alright. Let's try this again with you. With you. I will remove you now. You know, fun. Okay. I mean, we're 4:15 into this. Did you think I wasn't going to go delirious at some point in time? Alright, let's use that one. Let's get rid of that window. It is kind of a bummer you can't remove multiple things at one time. That'd be great. How about we work on that next, Adobe? There we go, that's better. Makes it look like all one plant. Falling asleep over there? I know, it's not the most exciting process, especially when you have to do it 3 times. Let's go with that, even though I don't know what that thing is there. Let's get rid of the door.
Alright, fingers crossed.
I mean, I'm not worried about the door. The door will be fine. It's the next step that concerns me. Alright, so we are going to... warm up the old prompting fingers. Add creeping moss and vines across the entire wall Okay. Give it a shot. Now it's the time to cross your fingers. Roll the dice.
Crossing toes and fingers.
Crossing toes, fingers.
All the digits.
That's right. Wishing upon a star. All that part. Wow, that is very neon. That's incredibly green moss.
You can still desaturate it. Oh, that looks nice. Talking about the mint stuff at the bottom. That
Yeah, yeah,
all looks
yeah.
nice.
This whole thing in the center here might actually work.
Yeah,
Forget all this.
Yeah, no, that whole piece in the middle with all the vines
Yeah.
going in the multiple directions.
I'm gonna do one more run, but
that looks pretty good.
that might actually work in there. Although we might have a problem with the tree behind the tree. Oh yeah, layered with those. They're all over the place. Yeah, I'm gonna start putting some in intentionally. What is that? What do you say?
I couldn't help myself.
All right. Look at that. I think we got some possibilities here.
That might just be what we need.
I'm actually going to play with this one for a second here. Why are you not? That's not what I asked for. Thank you. All right, so if we took this and all its binary, we put it like right there. Take a look at that.
Oh, I think that's gonna work well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this big green hunk of whatever can go either behind. It can go behind the tree, but even if it looks like it's part of the tree, I don't care. All this vinage will be what's in the middle of that wall. That's what I was looking for.
I love that. I think that's great.
All right, we're doing that. Nope. Hold on. Let's not merge it at 27% transparency. Let's do that later. There we go. Now, yeah, I think we may have to just do like a 60% thing or a 40% thing on this. Alright, let's turn off Lorena. What in God's name is that? Why is there a thingy in the middle of my thingy? Okay, very strange. What happened? Stop that. I don't know what that is. My God. Photoshop needs to stop being a pain in the ass. What is it doing? Ah, okay. I see what happened.
What was it doing?
Just being itself. Trim that down, and we're gonna trim this down too. All right. Let's try that one more again. we got this nice little vine that runs right into your plant.
I love it.
Mm-hmm. And ladies and gentlemen, this should be our last vine. I don't know, we might want to add some up top, but we're going to go to the vignettes first. Actually, you know what we may do? We may just let generative AI do them, like what we just did.
Okay.
I may just, do some lasso up here and see what it comes up with. It usually doesn't do the most decent job of that inside of Photoshop because you're usually working with a particular style of graphic like we're doing here. This is all that watercolor. Usually, like, I'll put a lasso around something and go, I want this in the style that I'm designing, and I get a blue car made of bricks. I'm like, what? Like, what's going on? That's what it does. So we're keeping that. Keeping that. Okay. So we're going to shade this stuff right here. Just the edging. Hold the phone. Yeah. Oh. That's a problem. We're just going to build some plants here if you don't mind. What do you think? Yeah?
Yeah.
Alright. Then let's go ahead and bring this back. Remember what I said earlier, we'll come back around and merge these two together a little bit better. We just want to get the general pieces in the right place. Alright. Get rid of some of that. Get rid of all of this. Almost, Bobby. Almost.
I'm gonna get rid of the teal color.
Yeah, we're getting there. Watch this. We're going to bring your plant over
The vine.
the vine.
Perfect. I wasn't gonna say anything.
That's about right. What we got over here? Let's unblack that area. This is where your detailed blending is key, folks. You gotta make the flowers all look like they blend together, and the colors have to kind of match, and it can get a little tedious, but it is worth it in the end. That's gotta go. Alright, and now is where we drop down to our 25% transparency, so we can come in here and cut a rug. There we go. There's that. There's that gray brickwork we love so much. Some of the smaller areas we're gonna have to actually go in and do on our own, manually with paintbrush. But there we go. I know it's tedious, but if you do it and you do it right, it pays off.
If it looks like you didn't do a thing to the image, you've done it right.
That's right. That's what we say. If you look at it and go, there's no way you made that, it looks like it's a photo or whatever verbiage you want to use for that, that's the best compliment you can get. Because it's supposed to look all like one thing. Ooh. And see, sometimes you make a mistake like that, and you Control Z. Up to 20 times.
Love a good undo.
That's right. I'm a big fan of every once in a while pulling the whole 20 string and just trying to zip back to the beginning. There we go. Just cleaning up the green. Get rid of all that radioactive stuff in there. I'm sure it also looks like I'm haphazardly going through this and just clicking wherever, and that is not the case. All of these are intentional.
There is a method to madness.
There is a method to the madness, but there is definitely madness. As they say, we are all mad here.
That was cute.
See, that's a dad joke that she can get behind right there. Technically, that's a Wonderland joke she can get behind. that's most of it. Let's get some of these little itty bitty areas here that I don't want to have to do manually with a eraser. Almost. Couple more spots and we're done. All right. It's a lot.
Well, we'll desaturate it.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna do that right now.
And see what it looks like.
Yeah, just to allay all of our fears
That it's too much?
that it's too much. All right. You don't have to worry about. You don't have to worry about. Wait. And here we go on the desaturation tour. All right, so those kind of have to stay where they are. All right. All right, so it looks like you are first. No, that doesn't make any sense. Let's do the horizontal one first. What you doing, babes? Actually, before we do anything,
Why is everybody in here?
let's save. Before we start messing with the saturation of the entire image, let's save.
I think that's a good
Let's
idea.
save. All right. Horizontal top. There we go. All right. So we're going to adjust the saturation on this. And if you drop it down about 30 notches, you will suck quite a bit of the vibrance of color out of the image, which is kind of what we want for this because we want it to look old and, for lack of a better word, decrepit. We don't use decrepit enough. Okay, so you can't really tell on that level, so it doesn't matter, it's just top one. All right, so that one's done. That's not going to matter. That's not going to matter. That's not going to matter either. That might matter a bit. Let's change that one. Saturation to -30. much of a problem. You're not much of a problem either. Either are you. Alright, so the next one we're looking for is the one we just added. This guy. -30. Yep, that worked just fine. And same with you, sir. -30. And there we go. And now it's not as bright.
That looks a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about that piece right directly above her head? It's got like almost like there's a light shining on it.
Right there? Or this?
No. Well, yeah, now that too. Now that you pointed it out. But I mean, leaves to the left of that.
Right here?
No.
Up here.
Leaves to the left. Oh, the leaves right there. Right.
Oh, these right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're a little bright.
Okay, then what we do is do a little dimming.
And of course, the magic glowing leaf that you just pointed out that I didn't see.
Yeah, I didn't see that either. I don't. Okay, we'll just get rid of the glow then. That's all that is.
That's better.
I don't want to go that far. Is that better?
Yeah. It was too bright.
Alright, and then the glowing leaf. The leaf is on a different layer than, for some reason, the glow. There's glow left here. Why, we'll never know. But now, there's no more glow. Alright, now it's just a leaf. Alright, zoom out here.
That's better. Doesn't stick out any.
Quite a lot of foliage, though.
That is a lot. You know what I think we do? I think we stop with the foliage. I think we.
You don't think we do more up here?
I think we pivot on the next episode to the vignettes. And then once the vignettes are in,
We revisit the foliage?
revisit the foliage and say, is it too much to focus on?
Yeah, that's going to be a thing. We may have to cut out some of the foliage just because you don't want it to take away from
What's going on behind
the vignettes.
windows.
And there's
Yeah.
a lot. There's a lot going on. I also didn't think putting the foliage up there, or at least putting the vines and everything, would be that much of a dragging it out of Mid-Journey.
That's okay. I mean, I think it looks super cool. I think it looks more realistic. But I think
it looks a little wild, but
it's starting to look a little wild. I think we pivot. We wait to see what the vignettes look like, and then we decide from there if we need to take
it down a notch, take it up a notch. All right.
Based on where your eye is going on the book cover.
All right. Phil says he's waiting in line for his sister's ballet performance, and he's watching us paint while waiting in line.
Well, hello, sir. I'm going to cut off your distraction.
Yep, we've almost made it to 5 hours.
And dinner needs to be had.
Yeah, it's time for a break, and this guy's going to try to mount a TV. Yippee skippy. All right, guys, we will be back a little bit later for Cocktails and Vignettes. Probably say 8-ish EST. We'll throw up the "we'll be back soon" sign, or "we're coming soon" sign, or "starting soon" sign, whatever the hell it is. We'll throw that up once the channel's back up and running. So until then,
see you in a couple hours.
It's been fun.